Yeah, I think
somewhere
you're
around
right.
that time. So you need to get signed up as soon as possible. If you've been teetering on the edge of it, just know that you will be saving lives. That blood gets used, and there are people that need it right now. So please sign up, join us if you can help out. We would appreciate it. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. A bunch of stories to share with you in the world of celebs and entertainment, and a stupid question with some giveaways. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
turns 64 years old today. He also played with Ozzy Osbourne when Randy Rhoads died.
So he's that good.
He jumped in for a little while. Oh, yeah, he's a great guitar player.
So
There were two really good guitar players in Night Ranger. It was Brad Gillis, and the other guy's name was Jeff something, and I can't remember, but they were like dueling guitars.
Really? I never thought of Night Rangers are like a guitar band.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
If you go to...
I've been living a lie.
There's some great solos in Still Rockin' America where they're just shredding back and forth. Jeff Watson, thank you, Nick, for pulling that up. So happy birthday to Brad Gillis, 64 years old today. It's a good guitar solo, yeah. Helen Hunt celebrates her birthday. We just had an extended conversation about Twister a couple of weeks ago.
We did, yeah.
She turns 58 years old. I was actually reading a story about her. She had written a sequel
to
Twister, and it was going to be it was going to be a more diverse cast. There was going to be black, and she had stated black and brown people that were eventually going to be the focus of the teams, the weather teams, whatever you want to call them, the storm chasers.
Okay.
And it was shot down by the studio, so it never came to be. But she's been in a lot of great stuff. She is 58 years old today, Helen Hunt. Don't just judge her on Twister alone.
No. So As Good as It Gets.
Yeah.
I think she was she nominated
That's
for that?
a great movie.
I think she was.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I think she won for that, Steve.
Oh,
How about that?
Yeah. Let me make sure. Yeah, she won one Oscar. Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
That was when I would go in for auditions, you'd have to have a monologue prepared, and that was my monologue.
Oh, I need to hear it.
Her from As Good as It Gets. Yeah.
Which you didn't do Jack Nicholson?
What was it? It's when she's talking about her son. She's yelling at him about her son.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. That was
when she said there's a point where he corrects the son and goes, it's kind of rude for you to not talk. And she's like, no, that's it. You can't talk about my son.
Yeah. It was,
he's like the rudest person
That's
in the
off
world.
limits, basically, is what she's saying.
Do you remember it, Kath?
I barely remembered the scene.
What if we have you and Preston can recite the entire script to Tron?
Right.
What if you...
I'll do that.
Yeah, and you do as good as it gets from beginning to end.
I love it. Helen Hunt's 58 today. James Belushi, John Belushi's younger brother, obviously.
A talented enough Belushi, for sure.
Talented enough.
Making money in weed now. He sells.
Is that his deal?
Cultivates it, yeah. And,
How about that?
I think in Oregon, he's got massive weed farms.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would be curious to see how much money he's made off of weed as opposed to his entire career in acting, because it can be astonishingly lucrative.
I actually heard, Steve, that he kind of has pushed out some of the smaller farmers. So some of the people who are out there sort of as individual small weed farmers don't like him.
So
as
he's
much.
a weed baron.
Well, yeah, he's kind of a weed baron because he uses his name and his popularity, and so he has squeezed out some of the smaller competition.
Yeah, wow. I mean, who are you gonna buy weed from? Somebody named Belushi? Of course.
Totally. You kidding me? He's 67 today. Courtney Cox has her birthday today. She was just on the Friends reunion.
Did you watch it?
I've not. I got to spend time and go watch that.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it. Believe it or not, there was some sort of critical reaction to it and blowback. I'm like, what did you want?
Oh, wait,
what
really?
did you want?
I thought it was good, too.
Yeah.
I still think the best one is, just overall, is Jennifer Aniston. I mean, Courtney Cox was good, too, but she definitely is the one whose face moves the least.
Yeah.
So the hubbub, was about how Matthew Perry looked and appeared and all that.
Yeah.
And I just want to go on record as saying,
You love him.
no. Courtney Cox looks weird too, guys.
Yeah.
Like, she looks good. She's pretty, but dude, she effed with her face.
Well, yeah, but that's different than what Matthew Perry
Oh,
Matthew
really?
Perry-
going through.
No, he effed with his face too. Like,
No,
but I don't think
the
that
issue
was
wasn't
it.
cosmetic surgery.
Yeah.
It was that Matthew Perry seems to be a little bit out of it. That was it, right? Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
As opposed to the plastic
That's
surgery.
what some of the hubbub, to use your
Matt
term,
LeBlanc,
was.
at some point, he's packed on weight.
Oh my
and
God,
Matt
I was
LeBlanc
surprised.
still looks good. But at one point,
he commented.
Jennifer Aniston says, we used to fit through these doors together, and he makes a joke about his weight, and she starts laughing. So
Nice.
He still looks good. He's still a good-looking guy.
Courtney Cox is 57 today. Then you have actress Julie Haggerty.
Love her.
She was in the Airplane movies. Oh, yeah, and she's in What About Bob? She's the wife. That's right.
She shucked the corn. It was hand shucked.
Yeah, that's right.
She's in the scene.
You just got to sit through this. We're not going to hear her at all. But, he's eating corn at the time.
Faye, this is so scrumptious. Is this hand shucked?
So she was Faye in that.
Do you know what's so great about the dynamic about that movie is that literally Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss despised each other.
Yes.
And the movie is about them sort of having, though Bill Murray adores Richard Dreyfuss in the movie, but still his hatred was legit, and I'm sorry, but it makes the movie work.
Yeah. By the way, Casey, you missed it. Casey's family was over for dinner, and I had made corn on the cob, and I had asked Diane if she would hand shuck the corn.
I heard it.
Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you caught that line or not. Julie Haggerty is 66 today. Neil Patrick Harris.
Hey.
Doug. Doug is 48 years old.
Douglas?
Was that Doogie's real name, Douglas?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Doogie.
Had no idea.
Dr. Doogie. You know what was wild is that on How I Met Your Mother. Okay, so he played a real hound dog. He came out while that character, was on the series, and there was not even a blip.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good at playing Barney Stinson that he just continued playing it, and there's nary a bump.
48 today. Leah Remini also turns a year older. She celebrates her 51st birthday today.
Still championing the
Scientology
battle. She hosts a game show as well, and she's doing well.
What's the format? I don't know the game show thing. Any idea?
It's not that good. It's okay. It's a little bit of trivia based, but it's not that engaging.
I love the Scientology special. The show. It's fantastic. They really dive deep.
Mike Rinder, right? Is her bestie.
Mike Rinder was the guy who was like a super high exec in that Scientology world, and he got turned off by it and went the other way. And there's a few other people that were way up in the chain that are regulars on that show as well. She is 51 today. And the last birthday, Jake Busey.
Oh.
Gary Busey's son. He's been here in our studio before. Movies like Contact and Armageddon.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, Starship Troopers.
He's great.
Correct, yep.
Yeah.
And he was creepy in Contact.
Yeah, he was.
He was the terrorist, the
he's the loon.
religious nut. Yeah.
He is 50 years old today, so a big birthday for him, Jake Busey. All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. What are the three things that Will Hunting's foster father would lay on the table? 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to Sandy. She's our first caller. And hey, Sandy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. All right, Sandy, what are the three things that Will Hunting's foster father would place on the table?
A belt, a stick, and a wrench.
You are correct. Yeah! Hang on, Sandy. Gonna get your info. We're going to give you a $150 Fogo de Show gift card. Try the new bone-in ribeye premium cut included as part of Fogo's full churrasco service, and you can welcome to what's next at Fogo de Show and make reservations for Fogo in Center City and King of Prussia at Fogo.com.
Preston, wasn't the fourth thing a Lunchable?
You would think there'd be a fourth option.
Yeah, the salsa.
Yeah. But we'll get a little peckish.
But Will go with the wrench.
Yeah,
because that's him.
I couldn't
why.
remember stick. All I got was wrench and belt. So that was a good question.
All right, let's see what we have in the entertainment report. After weeks of enduring what she calls a deserved global punishment, Chrissy Teigen has issued a lengthy apology to people that she has hurt. All this was sparked after Courtney Stodden told the Daily Beast that she harassed and bullied then on social media for years. She was harassed. Teigen apologized, calling herself an insecure, attention-seeking troll, took a break from social platforms, and exited her role in Netflix's Never Have I Ever amid the controversy. But the criticism continued. So she says she's in the process of privately reaching out to the people, quote, I insulted. She said she's truly ashamed by her mean-spirited tweet. She also noted there's no excuse. She said my targets didn't deserve them. No one does. Many of them needed empathy, kindness, understanding, and support, not my meanness masquerading as a kind of casual, edgy humor. She shared I was a troll, full stop, and I am so sorry. She said now confronted with some of the things that I said, I cringe at my core. I honestly get sharp stabbing pains in my body randomly. remembering my a-hole past, and I deserve it. And she goes on to say that she doesn't want sympathy. She's none of this. She's just apologizing. She said, I grew up, I got therapy, I got married, had kids, got more therapy, experienced loss and pain, got more therapy and experienced more life, and got more therapy. So she says she's a changed person, essentially. And
well, right now, this is between her and the people that she went after. So she's got to make peace with them, and they can choose to or not accept her apology.
Absolutely.
So is she like fully admitting to some of the stuff?
There's no two ways about it. Yeah.
You can.
Absolutely.
It's in writing.
Yeah.
It's right there.
I mean,
here's the deal.
Wishing death upon people, Kathy.
Right. She is, she hasn't really, and I like her, don't get me wrong, but she it's not like she stopped being a troll. She just aimed her vitriol at other people. And so, like, she here has got caught punching down at, like, a kid and some of these other things. She's never stopped being outspoken on Twitter and on the internet. Like, she just, kind of changed who she was aiming at. And I'm just saying, this isn't like years ago. This is like months ago. You know what I mean?
Do you have an example? I'm not quite following you.
She, all right. So because I don't want this to be a political or social thing, but like she's, fairly left leaning. And so she might not have been punching down at like Courtney Stodden 6 months ago, but she was definitely punching down at, punching at other people.
Right. So if you want to make a case for yourself of checking yourself and doing work on yourself, I think you stop it all.
Yeah.
And you walk away and you make your peace with your people, and perhaps, if you can, pry your goddamn fingers off the phone for a minute.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, right?
It's true. It's
and
absolutely true.
Yeah.
Get off of it.
To me, it's like the equivalent of being Hollywood sober. I don't do the cocaine anymore. I just drink.
Yeah.
So stop it all for a while.
Okay. But I agree.
Will you see a fallacy in that?
No, I just don't. I don't see the connection. But I see that yes, that clearly the common theme is this social media and going after people in public.
I'll explain to you the connection. The connection being is if you're going to take a break from it, take a break from it in total. Don't say I'm going to stop doing this, but you're still kind of doing that.
Right.
In this case, that's the correlation for me in this situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wendy Williams has revealed that her interview with Halle Berry back in 2012 was so great that she didn't wash her boobs for 2 weeks. This was during...
Well, many people would have stepped up and done it for her.
This is during an interview with Don Lemon. She said,
"Are you goddamn kidding me?"
She said, by the end of the conversation, she flicked my boob and winked at me. I didn't wash that boob for 2 weeks. She said, I was so scared to meet her. When she walked into the room, everyone stopped. She looked directly at me and smiled, and I smiled back. Suddenly, I wasn't scared. But suddenly, I felt like I'm going to ask her anything I want. And she said, Wendy, girl, you can ask me whatever. And I did. Okay. Meanwhile,
and it made the news.
After shooting her shot last week, Wendy was spotted on a date with actor-comedian Gary Owen.
Oh, no kidding. We were supposed to have him on last week, and because he was was he at Punchline or Helium? I can't remember. I want to say he was at Helium.
What do I know?
Wendy Williams was dating him?
Yeah, we've had him in studio a couple of different times. Here, Press, look over to your left. He's a stand-up comedian.
Oh, yeah. I know that guy.
Wait.
Okay.
I don't know him as an actor. I don't know him as an actor. I know him as a stand-up comedian.
His head's blocked by an arrow.
Yeah.
No, it's
this guy.
It's that guy.
Oh.
Yeah, you remember him. Yeah, he's, I remember him. So I guess they've been out on a date together. Wow.
Huh.
Okay. Sources say the two were spotted at the reopening of Scott's Restaurant.
Oh, good.
In New York City last week.
When you're out on a date with Wendy Williams, do you think you can see the sticks that are controlling her hands?
They were spotted sitting together in a booth, smiling, laughing.
What are you going to have for dinner?
And talking.
Do you want to start with some apps?
So,
how about a flatbread?
Maybe there are a couple.
It's so gross.
I do not know.
Do you like hummus?
This is pretty wild. Maybe you guys saw the picture of this yesterday. Ewan McGregor's daughter, Clara,
yes,
was set for her first post-COVID red carpet event before a dog injured her face.
What?
It bit her
Yes.
in the face.
Is this the one where she had her eyelid bit off a little bit?
No.
Okay,
It's
because
more
that's
like
making the
around-
rounds as well, Preston.
It's around her nose. The 25-year-old managed.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Wow.
Because there's a YouTube star who had part of her eyelid bit off.
No, it's Ewan McGregor's daughter. So the 25-year-old managed to show up to promote her role in The Birthday Cake, which stars her famous father. She captioned a series of shots on social media saying, when a dog bite lands you in the ER 30 minutes before the red carpet, thank you to the Mob Museum for having us. And the Birthday Cake movie comes out in theaters and video on demand June 18th. So
I can guarantee you I know what she was doing because the same thing happened to me. When you lick your dog's butthole, they will freak.
They don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
So Clara and her father appeared to have made up after she had dubbed him an a-hole on social media for leaving her mom, Eve, for Fargo co-star Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yeah, she was very vocal about that.
After that, Clara opened up about her struggles with mental health, writing, I went to a rehab, Cirque Lodge, for a little while to get myself on track and met the most wonderful people who changed my life. I was so ashamed of my addiction, of my anxiety and depression. I was ashamed of the abuse I had let happen to me. And Ewan is also up and about battling alcohol addiction himself.
I wonder. So yeah, and I like Ewan McGregor, and I'm glad that they made peace. You don't never see a daughter and a father fighting each other, but there has to be a whole bunch of residual stuff when every step, like you have something with your daughter, and you're going through a little thing with your daughter. It's not fodder for TMZ, you
Right.
know?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine adding that into the mix and trying to deal with it.
Yeah, and who's the one? The daughter who looks like she's 30 years old, who's a teenager, and she's on.
It's I know you're talking about from Blink-182.
Drummer Travis Barker's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
And that whole thing with the mother. Imagine that being this public.
Yeah.
Tiff, I can't, and now I'm just thinking of it as a father, you know, they're one of my kids, and that going on, I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Yeah.
But they also feed into it because they put it out there in the public. You know, when they make the comments on each other's Instagram,
They do.
pages.
They foster it a little bit.
Yeah,
You're right.
and so the cynical part of me thinks, well, you know, that feeds right back into the news cycle. People are going to be talking about it.
I don't think that's cynical. My dad had a great way of dealing with it. He'd take me to the table. He'd put a wrench down.
Right.
Okay.
But the Lunchable too, or
But the interesting thing about that is, like the daughter, I don't believe that the mother and daughter are making this plan to do this
I agree.
on purpose. But you know, the daughter is loving the fact that she sees all the reaction.
Well, people are paying
that
attention
she gets
to it.
from that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Crazy. My parents are crazy.
Speaking of that, Rebel Wilson wrote herself a note of encouragement on social media, and
Dear Rebel,
she aims to continue her weight loss journey. She wrote, I know it's hard right now. I know you're trying to deal with stuff, but let's keep getting up every day and crush it.
Crush it.
Work out, hydrate, fuel your body with quality food, show your brilliant brain and your big heart.
You know, and she wrote back to herself, who is this?
New phone. Who dis?
And this is just me being me, I hate stuff like that. I hate that.
See, I say it to myself. I don't write it down.
There you go.
So I don't want someone to find it and hold it against me.
Or you could write it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah. Yes. To post it for yourself? Oh, yeah.
And put it up on your mirror or something like that.
Yeah, but she might not be doing this just for herself, right? She
doing it for everyone.
She might be. You know, you never know who's going to take encouragement from things that you have been able to do and able to
you know what?
accomplish.
Then I might use a different perspective, I guess, as opposed to "Dear me." It might be, "Hey, I'm going through this crap. If you are, you can do it.
You
too."
can. Yeah, there we go.
You know
I
what
like
mean?
that approach.
But that's, I guess, it's all subjective on.
Send $15.95 for my manual on how you two can make a change in your life.
There you go.
Look for season 2 of Pooch Perfect.
Well, so here's the deal. She didn't write Dear Rebel. You know, she wrote Hey Babe. And so that, that could be.
Who calls himself babe?
Exactly.
Unless you're a pig.
Yeah. So she, even though she says Hey Babe, she may be talking to everybody else out there and not herself.
It's being reported as a note to herself.
Right.
Do you know what's funny, though, is that she's catching crap for the weight loss.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and there are people, I get it. You don't want to body shame people or whatever, but she's trying to get healthy. Yeah, and there's no argument that
You
by
just
doing
can't
this,
win.
You
That's
can't,
the
you
thing.
can't
You can't
win.
win.
You cannot win.
If you're fat, they call you fat.
Yeah.
And then if you lose weight, you were body shamed into doing it.
Well, what they might want to do is with this because
Shut off the internet?
No, well, yes, please.
Step one.
Shut it off. When I read these stories and I decide what I'm going to report upon in this particular segment, a lot of times I leave out, and Twitter reacted, Twitter fired.
Yeah.
What is Twitter?
But
It could, Preston, it could be 3 people who
Well, that's the
posted
thing.
something.
How about
And
a percentage of what amount of comments?
85 people currently on Twitter, 85% of all people currently using Twitter say this. There were numbers that broke down on Twitter. What causes something on Twitter to trend? Try saying that. 2 tree toads tied together. And so of all the people using Twitter at once, it can be like 8% of the people can cause something to trend.
And it reminds me of, and the people who hyper focus on that in their feed and what they read from people in negative comments. It reminds me of Steve of that episode of Frasier. Where there's a focus group and he's on the other side of the mirror and he's watching them talk about his radio show and everybody loves it. One guy's kind of like, I don't, I'm not into it.
That's it.
And it just gets in his mind and it just festers.
Right. And he's a psychologist.
He's a psychologist. So I think that's just what happens regularly.
No, I think you're right.
And it's hard to for some people to disregard that. So
anywho,
people were curious about Rebel Wilson and if she's okay because she posted that note to herself.
All right.
Speaking of social media, Margot Robbie is taking a break from social media. The star told her 23.7 million Instagram followers, alongside a shot of herself celebrating Promising Young Woman starring Carey Mulligan. She wrote, "Jumping off social media for the time being. Check out Lucky Chap Entertainment if you're interested in what we're up to. Otherwise, ciao for now." But the last time she had posted anything was in May, and she had shared a video from Chanel's cruise 2021-22
it's Channels,
show.
Preston.
Is it Channels?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, thank you. And one commenter, here I am focusing on one commenter, but it wrote, "Girl, you were already off social media. Love you, though." So she doesn't really post that often, so it's not that big of a deal.
So I will post, I will go through little spurts like a bad porn star, and I will, and then that's it. I see people who are post with obsessive regularity, and I'm like, where do you find the time?
How much of that do you think is generational? Like,
it's funny because Nick, some people that I know who you would think would be well out of that range, that age range, are the most fanatical.
My kids don't post anything.
Do they?
Good.
Yeah, Carter has an Instagram account. I don't think he's ever posted one thing on it, and he really doesn't spend much time on it.
The more you can, honestly, I think in many ways it is a detriment. I think it can stall development.
Yeah.
It can stall social skills.
Yeah,
you can't say any blanket statement, but
no.
Look at all the stuff we're talking about.
It depends on how you use it.
It depends on how you use it.
Yeah,
if you use it to post pictures of your feet and food you're eating, then it's perfect.
Then it's fine. My 14-year-old son virtually doesn't post at all. My 15-year-old daughter will only post for like her friends' birthdays to say, love you, you're the best. Yeah. Well, now it's not that, but it's a way more supportive thing.
Good.
I don't think anybody. Doesn't matter how famous you are, you don't need to announce that you're leaving social media for any period of time. Because guess what?
You just
People really aren't going to notice.
I know.
You just stop posting and
where's Margot Robbie been?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, honey, I was just wondering. I know your work. I'm going to leave a message for you. Have you seen anything from Margot Robbie? I got a direct message from somebody asking me why someone else hadn't posted in a while.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was of genuine concern, but I'm like, well, why didn't you just direct message them?
Well, it's like when we get emails for each other. Can you tell Steve that I said, I'm like, why don't you tell Steve?
Do I seem unapproachable?
You know what? If anybody will ever contact me, direct message, and ask why I haven't posted in a while, I'll just say, go check my fake accounts. Go check the ones that pretend to be me, and they'll post some stuff and make you.
Does it depress you when pretend Preston's more dynamic?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Gotta admit, I'm a little jealous of him.
That guy's living the life.
He takes great pictures.
Look at him. He's out all the time.
All right, here's a weird story. Rob Riggle's divorce is getting complicated. Per TMZ, he has filed new legal documents accusing his wife of 21 years, Tiffany, of spying on him and stealing $28,000 from an emergency fund. He claims that she hacked into his Apple account and downloaded texts and photos and began surveilling his office and home with a hidden camera.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So
they share 2 kids together.
The ease with which you can do this now, Preston. I brought in that small little GoPro camera, that magnetic camera.
Yeah.
I mean, they are that small. They are tracking devices on phones. If you wanted to do anything like this, so if you're going through a divorce, how often does it happen where a lawyer says, hey, could you put something in the office?
Right. But Rob has been granted a restraining order against her, by the way. So it's gotten ugly.
I love his. So his show is the it's the putt-putt golf, right?
Yes.
It's so good.
Great.
3D and 2D.
Yeah, both hosts are great. The other guy, I always forget his name, but he's really good too. He was on Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. I don't know if you remember that or not, but like he's a really good host. Both, and they work well together.
Dude, that show had me in when they set one of the people on fire one time. It was so funny, and they're playing miniature golf.
It's
awesome.
great.
Kendall Jenner's team restrained yet another intruder on the grounds of her home this weekend. TMZ reports he has been seen on site before, and this time he was taken into custody with a minor injury sustained during his altercation with security. So I don't know if it's the same guy I talked about yesterday.
I think it's
or
another
not.
guy, Preston. I think actually people in the neighborhood say that you can actually hear the conga playing as they start to go into the front lawn.
Yeah. The stalkers. Wow. Titus Burgess can't wait to guest host Bachelor in Paradise. He'll be taking turns with, if you haven't heard all the names, now we'd mentioned David Spade before, but also Lance Bass and Lil Jon.
Lil Jon?
Along with Titus Burgess. Yeah, they're going to be taking turns.
David Spade and Titus Burgess are my 2 favorites right now.
Burgess told Page 6, non-scripted TV is my guilty pleasure. I absolutely love it. It'll be like a hog in an S hosting the show. I'll be like a hog in S hosting the show, he said.
So you know what's going to be great here is for the first time ever. So Chris Harrison was sort of an antiseptic removed.
Right.
If they do this right, they will let them excoriate these. So many of these guys are such dumbasses.
To be honest, it'll take it to the level where it needs to be.
Right.
If they will let David Spade be David Spade,
and comment and
have Adam
and have fun, yes,
they'll be saying the things that we're thinking,
right,
which is awesome. So,
then I might watch.
The Broadway star Titus Burgess added that he loves the drama, the fun, the reality, and all of the hot men. I mean, all the hot people. He said. I love it.
What was his wine song, Nick?
Oh my God,
Pinot. You watched it, right?
Yeah,
you watched
Kimmy Schmidt.
Yeah.
I didn't see all of it, so I might not have seen the.
But it's the fun. He built this whole. His storyline was genius, and he was so good on the show.
Excellent. All right, let's see. I think we've got time for one more. Case, you'll love this.
Okay.
Perfect Strangers.
Yeah.
Is the latest classic comedy to get a reboot.
Oh, okay. With like the original stars?
No, female cast. It will be Robin Thede and London Hughes set as leads. The project, which is it's in development as a series at HBO Max, will be written by a Black Lady sketch show creator and star, Robin Thede. The streamer has given the half-hour multi-camera comedy a script development deal. It will follow Perfect Strangers, Deja, who will be played by Thede, and Poppy, who will be played by Hughes, will unexpectedly discover they are half-sisters when they both inherit a one-bedroom apartment above a trap yoga studio in Fort Greene, Brooklyn.
So this could be really good because have you ever seen the Black Lady sketch show?
No.
It's very funny.
Okay.
I mean, like they really go to the limit, and it's very well written. So it might be pretty good, Case. I know you're a purist.
Nah, I'm not really feeling this one.
All right, but you're feeling the theme song, right? You remember the lyrics, don't you?
What is thunder, the wind and haze, I was bound for better days.
Come on.
My dream, nothing's gonna stop me now.
What is that? Is that a guitar?
Nah, well, it's supposed to be a harmonica, but
It's a hooter.
it's probably a
synthesizer.
The synthesizer, yes.
Was just the 10 of us in that universe?
Yes.
In
No,
the-
just the 10 of us was
And
Growing Pains.
that was Coach Lubbock. Yeah, that was the Growing Pains.
Oh,
universe,
okay.
yeah.
And what about Family Matters? Were they related?
That was from NYPD Blue.
Okay.
The series is produced by Warner Brothers Television with Theed executive producing via her For Better or Words.
It might have been Family Matters. I want to say.
No. Just the 10 of us was
No. He's asking if Family Matters was part of Perfect Strangers universe because I think Cousin Letty Appleton and the mom in Family Matters might have worked together.
And didn't Reginald Vell Johnson make appearances on Perfect Strangers? Like, wasn't there a crossover there at some point?
Huh.
You know.
All right. So what was his job in Family Matters? Was he a cop or
was a cop.
He was a mercenary.
Yeah.
Wait, in what? In Family Matters?
In Family Matters.
Oh, yeah. The father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, it was a spinoff from Perfect Strangers.
Yeah.
But that was a different universe than.
Wait a minute.
just
Hold
the 10
on.
of us, yeah.
Okay, so I didn't watch Perfect Strangers. I knew a little bit about it, but I did watch Family Matters. Family Matters is a Perfect Strangers spinoff?
Yeah, the mom, I think, did they work? Okay, hang on.
I think you're right, Case.
Okay.
I think the mom
know
worked,
that.
worked
It's right
in the
here.
same office as Larry Appleton.
Family Matters was a spinoff of Perfect Strangers developed by the same team of writers and producers.
Yeah.
A lot of times there were these just paper-thin connections to another show.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, does that make sense to you, Case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Family Matters, man. As stupid as that Urkel character was, as telegraphed as a lot of those jokes were, I found it funny.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Listen, it was light fare on a Friday night.
There is a mantra that I'll use from time to time. I'll go 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? And that was from Family Matters.
Really?
Yeah, and I and
You
it's
use it all the
because
time.
I did. Well, I'll do it in my head.
So is Die Hard a spin-off of Family Matters?
Family Matters is a spinoff of Die Hard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Die Hard came first.
Oh, okay. Die Hard did come first?
I don't know.
I think.
Well, he played the same
No,
character.
you're right. No, you're right because I remember seeing an interview with him.
Yeah.
And he got that Die Hard role, and it was like a life changer for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he played Powell was the name of the character.
He was
in
a cop in Die Hard.
Yeah.
And then
he was a cop.
And it was so tough on him. He's like, I got to get out of here. I got to move to an easier city. I'm going to go to Chicago.
Go to Chicago, yeah. It's going to be a lot lighter there.
When did Die Hard come out? I want to look
88.
at the timeline here.
Check it out. Die Hard would precede Family Matters, yes?
Yeah, Family Matters came out in 89. Die Hard was 88. So
There you go. Okay. All right. Anyhow, moving on. Wait, what is this?
These
the
are
crossovers?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, hang on real quick. So this reboot of, what was the show? Perfect Strangers. Comes as a part of Theed's overall deal with the studios, which signed her last year. Her A Black Lady sketch show recently aired its second season and has been renewed for a third season on HBO. All right, I'll go through this Venn diagram later
There
on.
we go. Yeah, we'll make it a big segment.
Yeah, we got to do clips here. So let's get into that. A ruthless hitman faces moral dilemma when he receives orders to kill a call girl, an American Badger.
Ooh.
And here, star Kirk Cowett explains the challenges of being a director and an actor at the same time.
I'm not going to be in one of my own films again. It's too much, man. It's too much. It really is. Like, especially in indie films, like I'm putting out fires. We've got guys are like yelling at me, "Okay, we're getting ready to roll," and then I got to like snap into this character and try to like act.
I don't think I want to see it.
American Badger is available for streaming today on Apple TV.
Wouldn't like a full adult badger stand out in this
Yeah, right?
world?
Yes,
Probably.
you would think so.
Yeah.
Next clip. Lego Masters, the competition show where builders compete in complete challenges, is back for its second season. In this clip, host and producer Will Arnett talks about the unique element that was added to the competition this season. Here we go.
People also like it when you break Lego. I think they kind of love/hate it when you do it. So we just did it a lot, and we were exploding. We actually had like a actual explosive expert in there, lacing some of the builds with explosives.
Anyway.
New episode of Lego Master airs tonight at 8, and that is on Fox, by the way.
Yeah, they are actually blowing some of the stuff up, Preston, which is interesting.
By the way, we had a text that came in and said that Small Wonder is actually a part of the Saw universe. That I didn't know that's the Saw movies came from
Interesting.
Small Wonder. I had no idea.
Yeah. And Billy Corgan was in that.
Listen, as we mentioned that, I actually have a copy of Spiral from the Book of Saw to give
Are you
away.
serious?
I kid you not.
Cousin Harriet or the neighbor Harriet is in this movie.
We can take 3 callers at 215-263-WMMR. We'll take the first 3 callers, and we'll give you a video-on-demand rental code to see Spiral from the Book of Saw if you're interested.
So instead of Jigsaw, is it Urkel that's doing it all?
Maybe that is it.
Is in your abdomen.
215-263-WMMR.
To free yourself from the manacles, the key is in your abdomen.
All right. Call now. Let's get you on board. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. This Tuesday morning is underway. We will be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Time's running out for you to make your appointment for the 16th annual I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive, benefiting the American Red Cross. This Friday, you can help ensure the blood supply is there for your neighbors in need. You can give at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks or the Event Center inside Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia in the Sports Complex. Donors get the newest Preston and Steve t-shirt, this year's pint glass from Window Nation, plus juice from Everfresh Juice. Remember, appointments are required due to safety protocols, so sign up today at WMMR.com. Sponsored by Virtua Health, here to get you there. And from 93.3 WMMR, putting Philly first.
BetRivers.com wants to be your
he's a great mimic, and he does an Owen Wilson impression.
I got to hear this. All right, here we go.
Is not this simpler? Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity that you crave subjugation. So
he's doing the whole line from the Avengers.
Right, yeah.
That's great. Nice.
Thank you. My pleasure. For God's sake, just, kneel. I'm Loki of Asgard. I'm burdened with glorious purpose. That's all.
Wow. You're throwing a wow. So I saw this interesting article about your decor, your home decor. And this one targets people who have reached 30 years and over. And this is from an interior designer. And they list the 10 things you should not have in your home after you're 30 years old.
Pay attention, Kathy. You're 2 years away.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
No,
I want to guess one thing that's on there because it's one thing that I have.
Go ahead, and then I will.
All right.
I'll let you know yes or no, and then I'll give you the description.
Jaffa blocks.
I don't even know what that is.
Jaffa blocks are like crates.
That you stack, they click together, and you can kind of make like shelves.
A perennial in college dorms.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not on this list, but I would think so.
That's like when I see people over a certain age, I'm like, that's cute. You still have Jaffa blocks?
And they're usually like a bright pink or yellow or something like that.
They have black and white ones
they do?
too, like plain colored ones. But yes, you can get them in like any color, Preston.
Okay.
I had Lewis from Morris Animal Refuge and Lucy Nolan, formerly of Fox 29. They were over doing charity stuff with my wife, and they're taking the tour of the house, and I'm up in my bedroom. So let me put on that list, Preston. 50 or 60 Batman statues. Is that something that you probably...
It might be.
Yeah.
All right, let me mention a couple of things. So it says there are some new things to embrace on the home front and some old things that you have to leave behind. Here are 10 of the latter. Inflatable furniture.
Yeah.
It says made from plastic and full of hot air. Inflatable seating is the Katie Price of furniture, and you need to part ways with it ASAP.
I had that. I had like a blow up chair in college.
The only thing in your life that should be blowing up is your social media account. So banish this dated nightmare from your place and let your butt experience the joy of sitting on foam.
I find inflatable stuff very uncomfortable.
I hated them.
I don't even know why we had it.
It doesn't anchor to anything. You wobble all over the place, and
you sweat your ass off.
Yeah, your legs are all askew, and
it's full of air.
Yeah. I never had. I mean, I did have a piece of inflatable furniture, but I never used it because like you said, it was just uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable.
No stability to it at all.
You want something with a back.
And then I got a cat and
popped
it immediately.
I have a question. How are those, and there's a store at the King of Prussia Mall, really overpriced, big kind of beanbag type of things?
They're great.
Are they great?
Yeah, they're really comfortable.
Awesome. Are they great?
Awesome. Yeah,
they are.
It's expensive, but
they have ones that, like, if you want a firm backing to it, they have variations. They are very expensive, Preston. They are very comfortable, though.
They offer sectionals where you can basically build whatever sectional couch you want.
Okay.
And
you got a great couch for $50,000,
but it is expensive.
Yeah.
We're looking at a picture of what looks like a giant dog bed for human beings. That looks pretty fun.
It does look good.
Okay. Also on here, now this one's kind of, I don't know. It says your mattress, your share house mattress. It says your mattress should be treated like Joan Rivers treated her face. Replace it every 10 years. If you still have the one that you owned in your share house, or worse, your teenage bedroom, let it be known there are dust mites inside it older than Sir Ian McKellen. Avoid the impending Cairo bill and get yourself a new one immediately, if not sooner. I told you guys several years before I got my Sleep Number bed, the bed that I had was probably from the mattress I have was probably from like 1967.
Well, it was from your home growing up, wasn't it?
It was my parents.
Yeah,
and it just was handed over to me when I eventually moved out. And
you didn't want to bring your waterbed with you?
I did. I had two bedrooms. I had a real cheap two-bedroom apartment, so I put that one in the other room.
So could that have been the bed you were conceived on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that is wild.
weird.
Yeah.
Did you attempt to conceive
It was
on that?
so old. It was so old. I think I told you guys about it. It had whatever the brand name was. It had a Confederate flag on it.
Oh my God.
I kid you not.
Wow. Wow. So,
Rebel
yeah.
beds.
It was something like that.
I tell you what, though, like with the current, like the mattresses, like with a Sleep Number, it's a 20-year, you know.
Yeah, but you know what? Those
Warranty.
mattress warranties. So I was thinking when you were talking about this about caring for the mattress
And I care for it.
but getting the mattress cover and all that, because if you have one stain on it, your warranty is no good.
Is that right?
Yes. So like if you have a kid that has slept in your bed and, you know, maybe peed the bed one night or something like that, and you didn't have a waterproof mattress cover, done.
What if an adult pees your bed?
Well, then same thing, I guess.
What if that's what you're into?
So the mattress that I'm sleeping on now is literally the first new mattress I ever slept on in my life.
And how old is it?
8 years old. We bought it when we got our new house. So.
I have a spare bedroom that's my son's bedroom when he's not living with us, and occasionally I'll sleep on that bed during the week. It's time to get a new one. It's been around for too long, and I need to invest in a new mattress at this point.
My Sleep Number mattress right now, which is a 360, which is the greatest bed ever made, is about 4 years old.
Okay.
And then prior to that, my other Sleep Number mattress was 10 years old?
Yeah. No, every bed that I slept on was hand-me-down, essentially.
Huh.
Somebody texted in and was asking if the name of my mattress was Racist Mattress. Racist Mattresses.
It doesn't roll off the tongue that way.
No, it doesn't. That's kind of Rebel Mattress is better. But I slept in my wife's bed. We sleep in separate bedrooms, and the other night because we had her parents staying over, and from where she sleeps in the same spot all the time. There is that divot in the bed. I couldn't sleep in it.
But I think that's time to get a new mattress.
Totally.
You've got
agreed.
You flip the mattress, right?
You can, right?
Yeah, but see, mine's a pillow top, so you can't flip it.
Okay.
Oh, Kathy.
I can turn it around and rotate, but I can't flip it. 180.
All right. Kath, did you see Bert Kreischer's Instagram post the other day?
I commented. I was like, this is not an excuse. This is not okay. Bert Kreischer stayed in a hotel, and what did he say? He didn't.
This is the first time I haven't washed my bed
wash the
sheets since I got here in Serbia. Can you tell which side of the bed I sleep on? Preston, look at this picture.
There was a
We'll have to
stain.
share it.
It's like a stain on the pillow and a stain down one side of the bed.
Bert's a little sweaty.
But he goes, I'm not I forget what he said. He goes, I'm not the sheet washing type. I was like, no, that's not a real excuse.
That's funny. All right, so another thing you need to get rid of if you're over 30 years old, soft toys on your bed. It says, despite him being half naked, there's nothing sexy about Winnie the Pooh, nor is there a rational explanation for having him on your bed.
We also don't need stupid pillows that we don't use, okay?
Past the age of 18. Hang on, I'll talk about that in a second. And that's being generous. If you want a potential suitor to explore your honeypot, you need to ditch the soft toys and replace them with some decorative cushions instead.
No, you don't. Get rid of all of it.
You don't have to throw that stuff out. Like if that means something to you, put that away in a memory box or in a bin. But it should not. Winnie the Pooh should not be on your bed.
Do you remember there was an episode of Cheers where Sam goes over to Diane's apartment and she's got tons of stuffed animals on her bed and he throws them all out the window?
Yeah. So Casey, to decorative pillows. Now you're not saying. This is not in line with what this interior designer says here, but I'm with you on the functionality of those things. Yeah. They're simply decorative, and some people there's 6 of them on.
It's too much. It's too much to move when you're going into bed at night. So I have 3 pillows, and I use all 3 pillows. So I have
Kathy, we have 12.
12 pillows.
4 of them are functional.
Oh, okay. I have 13 that are not functional.
That are not functional?
What?
Oh, so you got that. So it's an odd number. So you have one that sits in the middle?
No, it kind of sits off to the side.
Wait a second. It's a skew? It's not even like...
It's like a roll. It's a roll pillow.
Symmetrical?
Oh, one of those round sort of...
Yeah, one of the round
that is completely uncomfortable.
I literally, I remember buying them too. I went to Bloomingdale's and I looked at the bed and I was like, I'm going to do that. And I just did my version of it.
There's a great scene in Along Came Polly. Where he says he does the math. He's like, I've done the math about how much time we waste taking the pillows off and putting them back on the bed. It's useless. There's no point of these.
I like when he stabs them. He rips them apart. That seems incredibly cathartic to me.
Yes.
I can make, I get up in the morning and I make my bed. It takes me 40 seconds. Like it's done. And I sleep on top of all the covers. But all my pillows, bum, 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 and I'm ready to go. We used to have a situation where my wife has a ton of pillows. Before we started sleeping in separate bedrooms, it was like, oh, here we go. Move over and all that stuff. It's a nightmare.
Kathy, you get up so early, you don't have to make your bed in the morning.
Well,
Dennis will have to do that.
here's the thing. This is what I was going to tell you. It was the majority of the time they're on the bench at the bottom of the bed. They don't even make it onto the bed. Occasionally, because it's a pain in the ass. They're big, so occasionally I will make them. And you talked about what did we talk about making? Oh, stripping the sheets and making the bed and stuff like that when people leave. So if I have people over, not that I'm inviting people upstairs into my bedroom ever, but I will make the bed in case something happens to like.
Have you ever made the bed with Dennis still in it? And put the pillows over his head.
All right, so the
push down really hard.
The plush toys and so forth on the bed, they need to go, as according to this interior designer. All right, here's another one. Plastic cups, plate, or cutlery.
Oh, shut up. We use those all the time.
Do you?
Well, we use paper plates all the time.
To reintroduce those when you have kids and they're just constantly using plates, for a little while until they can start to put their own dishes in the dishwasher.
Like when summer rolls around and we're eating outside, the plastic stuff comes out, like a hard plastic, like decorative.
But I think that's different than
plastic plates.
But having that all the time, that's your your cutlery is plastic.
You got to have some real deal stuff, especially if you're if you're a single guy and you want to make an impression and you have someone over to your apartment. Yeah. You got to have actual dishes and stuff.
Right. Yeah, made of not necessarily China, but whatever material, some kind of ceramic material. All right, here's another one. Old trophies.
No, you keep those and you.
Wait, I
especially when you win field day.
When you win field day and you have to just remind your former classmates 30 years later that you are the champion of the world.
Field day. You won that?
Yes.
We didn't get to have field day this year, but anyway.
Oh man!
So somebody just told me what to do with all of those. He took all of his trophies and took the plate off of them because they're really the trophies are generic. Everybody has the same one. You might even have a couple that are the same. He took all the plates off and had them put on a plaque. And
mounted.
So he has all of them listed on the one plaque, and so it's just one thing instead of having all of these.
I guess
trophies.
Listen, so I've only won 3 or 4 trophies in my entire life from whatever I did throughout my life as a kid. But there are some people who were in all kinds of sports, especially if you get into fields like horses and gymnastics, where there's award after award after award after award. That makes total sense, Kathy, where you can put it on one, plaque or something.
By the way, if you have something that's a really unique looking trophy, but Kathy's right, they all come from the same trophy companies, and so it's all pretty similar.
Yeah, my nephew is into BMX bicycle racing, and he's got a room full of trophies, and eventually it's going to have to go away. So the little plaque thing, that's a really good idea.
Well, once you realize that it all means nothing, then you empty out the room.
Real quick, you mentioned BMX, Preston. We're going to have there's a local BMX rider. She's going to be in the Olympics, and she's going to be in studio in a couple of weeks. I forgot to tell you guys. Yeah, but she's from Pottstown, and she's going to represent the United States in the Olympics later this summer. Yeah, I'll let you guys know about it when it comes.
Have her bring her trophies.
Okay,
tell my nephew about that.
Yeah.
Kathy, here you go. Dream catchers.
Oh,
what a great wedding gift that is, right?
This says, if you had dream catchers above your bed since you were a kid and you're now over 30, you've caught all the dreams you're going to catch.
It's over.
And at this point, like Beyonce's song, it's less sweet dream and more beautiful nightmare. Consider something above your bed like a mirror instead. So you can take a long, hard look at yourself.
I think you can have a dream catcher if you have a smoke signal blanket that you're still using as well, because then you're really immersed in it. But they can be lovely, but after a while, they just all get thrown out.
You ever see a dream catcher hanging from somebody's rearview mirror before?
Yes. It's a little, by my reckoning, view obstructive.
Yeah, it's a little obstructive, isn't it? All right, so
it's like the tassels from your graduation cap.
Yeah.
Kathy, it's not real, is it?
No, it's not catching anything.
How do you ever know? Does the bin fill up? Do you have like an inbox in your dream catcher?
All right, these are things you should get rid of.
By the way, here's a question: can a dream catcher inadvertently catch a nightmare?
I think that's part of what it's about, right?
Yeah.
Is it supposed to shave off the nightmares?
Yeah. Supposed to protect.
And then what do? Do you empty it in the toilet?
Yeah, you just dump it out. Kitty litter, toilet, whatever.
Yeah, put out recycling if you want.
Okay.
So here are things that you should get rid of if you're over 30, according to this interior designer. Paper floor lamps. It says like bad hangovers and itches down there. The paper floor lamp is a rite of passage when living in a share house through your 20s. Now that you're all grown up, it's time to purchase a lamp that won't topple over when someone exhales or passes wind in the room.
So wait a second. If they're talking about if they're talking about a share house, they're talking about you with other people,
roommates.
Okay, all right.
I assume that's what it is.
These are all like typical college.
Yes.
Sure.
This is
decor.
IKEA stuff.
Yeah.
But some people hang on to it, you know.
Well, yeah, when you graduate college and you need furniture, you take this stuff with you, and so it ends up in your first and second and third apartments.
You know what I got that's pretty cool, though? I like the very thin, have you seen the very thin lights that are just, and you can change the colors. It's something I thought I wouldn't like.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I'm talking about?
And they have like the sticky back to them?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
They're not bad. I thought they'd be very cheesy, but they're not bad.
Not sure what you're talking about.
If any type of lights on there on the list?
No, just that.
Okay.
Okay, so this is it's like an LED strip light. Kind of.
Strips.
Yeah.
I use them for the drum videos I was making. I use those for accent lighting and stuff like that.
They're not bad.
Yeah, no, they work great.
Yeah.
My daughter put some under her bed.
I loved it.
And
Yeah, I saw that.
it lights up this little skirt. It's almost like the cars that used to have the undercarriage lighting.
Sure.
So it's kind of like that. So
your bed
yeah,
looks
those
like
things are great. You can do some really creative stuff. I put them on the back of my television to create theater lighting.
Right.
So when you turn the lights off in the room, there's a light you can dim it down a little bit, and there's just a light behind the TV screen.
Have you seen the ones they have now? So it reacts to the video that's on the screen. So if there's like a fire going across the screen, the backlighting that you have around your TV will light that flame behind the TV.
So it has to somehow or another be synced up with the movie itself?
I don't know how the tech goes, but if there's like explosions, the light behind the TV will light up against the wall. It's pretty cool.
Have you ever tried to take them down?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's gonna tear your drywall off.
Oh, with with using the back strip on that? Yeah.
Just move and give it to the new people.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a hard time just getting it to stick in the first place, but who knows? All right, so another thing you should remove if you're over 30, according to this interior designer. Anything galactic, it says. Anything remotely related to the solar system or astrology.
You mean like glow-in-the-dark stars?
Yeah, stuff like that is best left on morning TV with Mystic Meg. Quilt cover sets with suns, moons, and stars on them. Not permitted. Glow-in-the-dark tat stuck on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Artworks depicting the planets solely for fifth graders, it says.
When those first came out, though, I got them. I loved them. Yeah, stuff like this, Preston. So we're looking at a picture of the moon and the stars.
I have my Saturn V model rocket that Steve got me for my 50th birthday.
Yeah,
that thing's awesome.
But that's
in my
why you
bedroom.
have kids, so you can do it all over again, right? So if as an
it's
adult,
for them, but it's for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, another thing. There's only two more on this list. Cork boards.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I had those when I was a kid. I loved my cork
What was the
boards.
It was just like to hang stuff on it?
Yeah, you could just take a pin and put stuff up on there.
Yeah, but you know what? Now they have like decorative ones that are, I guess, okay after you're 30.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they have like nicely framed ones, and some of them have little like pockets for like kids' homework or this whatever.
Do you know what I got for my wife? Because she does a lot of traveling, and I saw them advertised. I'm like, that's pretty cool. It is a really old style looking parchment map. And you can hang it on the wall, and you put the pins in where you've been.
I have one.
Yeah, and I have to say, it looks good.
I mean, it is in the playroom, but I also have one of those like decorative cork boards. It has a nice frame around it. Like
Right.
It looks like it would be a wall hanging, and then Jace puts his work on it.
I like this look. This isn't so bad.
growing up in our kitchen, there was a cork board that just sat in there, and that everything got put on there, like anything.
Chicken cutlets,
homework, and stuff.
No homework. Calendar of events, schedule
Report
events,
cards.
stuff like that.
I'm going to cook this later on. Don't take it away.
The most ridiculous thing we
That's
had
steak
hanging
up there.
We had hanging in our house was we had a picture, a framed poster, essentially that size of the Pope that hung in our dining room. And like thinking back on it, I'm like, we had a picture of the freaking Pope.
Well, you took down the Stalin picture, but
Yeah, I know it's. So your family is Irish descent?
Yeah.
Okay. I know in a lot of Italians you'll have the Pope, Padre Pio, and Frank Sinatra, or JFK.
Right. Yeah,
A lot of times you'll see that. And I'm curious, okay, now I want to bring this up. What was the most ridiculous thing hanging up in your house? Because I know mine.
What, growing up?
Yeah, growing up. The most ridiculous thing hanging up in our house was my dad's sailfish that he caught.
Okay.
And that thing, my poor mom, she must have hated it because she had an immaculately decorated living room. And that thing, we had an open ceiling, so it went all the way up to the second floor.
Yeah.
And that thing went up in the most prime visible spot.
How big was it?
It was the size of this console. Wow. I mean, it was huge.
It's a sailfish.
My dad caught it.
Yeah.
And he had it mounted. And that thing, she must have been so happy. I remember one day coming home and seeing the tail sticking up out of a trash can.
Okay, I know what ours was. It was a hanging table. So it was like a crocheted piece that would hang from the ceiling, and then the round glass went in that. They make them now for plants,
right?
And so but it was a table, and
like a full size dinner table. Like you could sit and eat at it.
No, it was a decent size. Like I would say, a little bit smaller than coffee table size. It wasn't in the middle of the room. It was off to the side, but there were chairs around it, so you could put a glass on it or whatever. And I could be wrong, but I think maybe my grandmother made it, which is why we had it for so long. Okay. But I know my mom hated it.
215-263 WMMR, the number.
We had this 3D art piece that I think was made out of tin, and it basically was a side of a house and an apartment. It looked like a French scene. And there was a restaurant at the base of it. So there's umbrella and patio. And looking back on it, I'm sure my mom found it at some yard sale and thought it looked cool or whatever. But I just, even as a 6-year-old, I'm like, what the hell is that thing hanging on the wall?
My father used to do a ton of flying because he was a salesman. So he's flying all around the country. And so every airline, as sort of an incentive to keep the loyalty of the various salesmen who are flying around the country, would present them with flight awards every couple of years. So you get a plaque.
Yeah.
Our entire den wall was filled with, 1,000-mile club from Delta.
Really?
Yes. And
that was literally a major achievement.
Look what I got.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Gene, did you really fly commercial for 5,000 miles?
Here's a standard one. A text that came in, and I know a lot of people had this growing up. Giant wooden fork and spoon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In the kitchen.
That was Everybody Loves Ray. I think that was an entire episode about. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I remember that. It had to do with the giant fork. And it was just a thing that you got.
The best, well, it wasn't on the wall, but it was my neighbors. My neighbors, they didn't even smoke, and they had a gigantic cigarette lighter on a coffee table. Nobody smokes in that.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, my God. All right, let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, most ridiculous thing hanging up on the wall in your house.
So I'm pretty sure my dad still has this. He had a massive poster of a map of Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, really?
Not hanging in the basement or a man cave, but at the top of the stairs going to the second floor of the house.
In a prime spot.
Yeah.
Everybody got to look at that.
I'm 27, so I think it's cool. So I think I would be allowed to have it.
Right.
But I kind of need a ruling. Kathy can stay out of this because I know where she's going to go.
I think it's cool.
I'm going to go no on the placement. I think it man cave special area, yes.
Bathroom,
yeah, or somewhere that it's away from this is our home. Take a look. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Welcome to Middle Earth.
I always thought the placement was weird, and my father's a podcaster, so, Dad, when you're listening to this, you heard it from the guy.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Steve,
it, Mike.
your parents let you put a picture or a poster of Batman in the main living room, right?
No, I was 3 or 4.
Yeah, but how long did that stay there for?
It stayed there for a while.
Okay.
That's, my mom was good to me. I begged and pleaded because if Batman didn't see it when the show came on, he wouldn't think that I was loyal.
That's right.
And so that's how he knew. But, I had to fight tooth and nail to get that.
Let me go to Rich. Hi, Rich. Good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
All right, listen, my mom had the crushed velvet Elvis picture on a big frame. Then also the best part was this. She had this oil lamp, a raining oil lamp. Had a naked lady in the middle with vines going around it.
Yes, I know. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Outrageous. And then when it got dusty in the house, the dust would run down the oil with it.
Was it a Venus de Milo in the center?
I thought it was a girl. I don't know. I was like,
well, the only reason I ask is that somebody just texted the same thing: an oil lamp with a statue of the Venus de Milo, which is a naked lady statue right in the middle of it.
That's it, man.
All right. So Rich, a lot of this stuff, and my dad would get it a lot of time. Get things like from Spencer's. You'd get things from Spencer's that are really more like novelty items. So we had like one of the things I forgot about this. It was in the basement, so it wasn't that intrusive, Preston, but it was one of those lit things that looks like they call it like an infinity mirror.
Yeah,
where you're looking and seems to go on forever.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's a classic Spencer's item.
Yep. I will go to Justin. Hey, Justin. Good morning.
Morning. Hey, Steve.
Yes.
I've always wanted to share a moment with you, so
What's up, Justin?
Oh, God, thank you. Okay, so just a little background, black listener. We used to have this picture hanging in the living room. It was just of some random little white girl from like the 20s pushing a hula hoop down a road, just like we don't know who it is.
Yes.
It's not like she was related to the family. So one day, my mother was like, I really got to replace that. So I went in my bedroom and grabbed an Enterprise poster and hung it in the living room right above the front door where everyone who entered the house could see it, and it stayed there for years.
Now, you're talking about the Star Trek Enterprise or the
Star Trek Enterprise, yes.
Okay, so I can see that. You bring up the point about the photograph of the girl pushing what is like the hula hoop or the ring down the street. A lot of times, and you guys know this, you hear of the starving artist sales. And a lot of times people will go get super cheap art and hang it up in the house thinking, that looks good there.
Right.
Well, that artist was hungry.
Thanks, Justin.
No problem.
And I think a lot of this is where this is displayed.
Yes.
Whatever it is you're commenting on, because if it's tucked away in a bedroom in somebody's space, that's a little bit different. But when you're putting it out in the living room, in the kitchen, in a shared area where everybody can see it and it's kind of shown off, then that can be a bit much.
Well,
this one says, my dad has a 3D painting of raccoons on found wood.
Well, that's just lovely.
Preston, to me, it's like the hallway that has the commemorative plates.
Right.
I never understood the commemorative plates hanging on the wall. My friend Randy, his mother collected all these things, and many of them were the Wizard of Oz going down the hall to the. Yes, I know, Kathy. It's like, huh?
I have one that was like an award I won, and it's really nice. It's this blue plate, and I had it out like on a stand for a little while, and then I was like, what am I doing with it?
We've gotten some wonderful awards over the years, and I never know quite where to put them, and I always think it's sort of self-aggrandizing to put them up.
By the way, the last thing on this interior designers, I'll go to a couple more calls here real quick. Designers list is shot glasses on display. It says shot glasses and booze sat out on display like Martha on Celebrity Apprentice. Begs the question, why are they still there?
I mean, I collected them in college, and it was, you'd go to a new city and you'd get one from the Hard Rock or whatever.
What about beer cans, Nick?
Oh, my God.
That was also another one,
My
right?
friend Chris Rome literally had, I'm not exaggerating, 4,000 beer cans.
Holy hell.
I mean, he wanted to get beer cans from around the world, so he got beer cans from around the world. But, eventually, what the hell do you do with them? Yeah,
unless you're going to build a robot.
He would move them from place to place. I'm like, Chris, it's, you can make 10 cents on these if you trade them in.
I also think, and I know you guys are going to kill me on this one, but the pint glasses. I don't think there's a need for like a pint glass from every place or event or anything you've ever attended.
To display or just to have in general?
Period. Really? Even in your cabinet. I love going through my cabinets and throwing away glasses.
Oh, yeah?
You just like throwing things away.
I do.
You're like Bill.
Wait a second. Aren't we giving away pint glasses for the blood?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Window Nation. Thank you, Window Nation.
Story. Listen, except
if it's for a blood drive.
Steve MMR pint glass. If you collect from like one company, then that's good. They match.
All right, there we go.
By the way,
pulled your ass out of the fire on that one.
Did I?
Yeah.
A number of people are texting in about the Velvet Elvis paintings.
Now, let me
Velvet
ask you.
Elvis posters.
What about when something transcends its hokiness and its kitschiness and becomes Okay, that's cool. So a Velvet Elvis these days.
I don't know.
You know, what about like Preston? Would a poster of Samantha Fox?
I think you have to be cool enough to pass that off.
Right. Yes.
You know, and like none of us are. So.
Right.
Oh my God. This says my dad kept a vintage outboard boat motor in the living room of our house.
What?
All right.
In the living room.
Oh, that's great. Let's get Amber on. Hey, Amber, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Amber?
Long time, first time. So my mom had a love for string art.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the little pins and the strings. So I don't know if you guys remember, it's been a while, but they had these carnival toys that you would get that were a long snake. They were probably like 7 or 8 feet long. And you could run your finger down the back of the snake, and it would make it kind of wiggle a little bit.
Yeah.
So my mom made a string art display down the length of our hallway in our apartment, probably 9 feet long.
Oh, my God.
With this snake as the centerpiece, and mushrooms and frogs and moons and stars, all with this string art. It was huge, monstrous, down the hallway. I was like maybe 6 or 7 years old, and I have a picture of it somewhere in history locked in my house.
If you find it, send it.
Amazing. This thing is gigantic.
That string art stuff used to be really popular. That used to be a craft that a lot of women would do. I remember my neighbors were into that growing up, and they were also into the ceramic lawn ornaments. Yet my one friend, his mother put all these lawn ornaments, Preston, inside.
Oh, my God.
So you had gnomes in the living room.
I have a friend whose mother collects realistic baby dolls.
Yeah, creepy.
Wait.
And keeps them out.
Oh my God, wait, I just had a conversation with somebody who gets them as a gift, and they're actually pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, I can't complain because this woman is spending like hundreds of dollars on these dolls, and she gives her one for like each holiday. So she has all these freaking realistic dolls.
You can stop that now. I mean, you know, that'd be like me. That's great. Thank you. You can stop.
No. And
Stop it.
by the way, they're incredibly aggressive. Do you remember, Kathy? I ordered one for the show where you're going to do a stunt, and they are expensive. I ordered one where I think we're going to put it in a car or something like that. Like the next month, I got another baby in the mail. And I'm like, pushing these babies I don't want this.
Marissa's laughing in the other room because we did put it in a car, and I think we were holding it out of a window, leaving Keenan's. Yeah, after the days we used to drink after Keenan's.
Right.
It looks incredibly realistic.
I'm going to go to Karen. Hey, Karen, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Karen, what's up?
My father went to Montana and went hunting and came back with a moose that he decided to mount in our laundry room.
A moose?
Yes. So the head of the moose mounts it above our
Why don't you
dryer.
forget the moose for a moment?
A moose
Above
head
the
is
dryer.
huge. Yes.
Yes, and its mouth was open, so every time we went to get the laundry out of the dryer, we would hit our head on the mouth.
Oh my, Karen, that's right out of the Addams Family.
Right.
They had a huge moose head with a. Remember, it was a. They also had a swordfish or with a human leg sticking out of it.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, Karen, are your parents still around?
Yes, they are.
And is the moose head still around?
It is around, but not in our house anymore. It was donated to the Elks in our local town.
The Elks took the moose. All right.
Why don't you forget
Thank you,
the
Karen.
moose for a moment?
Somebody texts in and says, my dad had a life-size cardboard cutout of John Wayne in our dining room.
A cardboard cutout.
What?
It's funny when you get your own home. And the thing that you think, because all of it really is a way to sort of express who you are to people who come in.
Yeah.
Like a wagon wheel coffee table,
Yes.
you know?
Exactly. I want people to know that I still respect the Duke.
I have on my mantle right now in our living room. It's just a small little. But it is very, very important. It is a small little jar that has confetti in it from when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So one of our listeners was at the Super Bowl, but it just
what? Kathy doesn't like it.
Kathy, it's
That's nice.
It's really
nice.
Dirty confetti.
It means a lot to Casey.
Thank you.
That's sweet.
Kathy, it's like this small, and it's kind of like in the corner, tucked behind.
Oh, don't let Kathy come over.
I know.
It's going to end up in the trash.
Where's my confetti jar?
Wow. Another call here. We got to wrap in just a second. I'm going to go to Beth. Hey, Beth, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Beth, what's the weirdest thing hanging up in either your family's house, your house? It's obvious.
It was in my family's house growing up, and now it is in my house. It proudly sits in my living room. It is a poster size of my father in his Chippendale pose. He has no shirt. He's got his pants on. He's got red suspenders and a bow tie, standing in a muscle pose in front of the TV.
Oh, my God.
And it goes back to like the 80s. The TV has the rabbit ear antennas and stuff. But my dad had it made of himself.
Beth, was your dad actually? Beth, was your dad actually in good shape, or was it as a joke?
It was kind of a joke, but he was in good shape. He also had a bronze bust of his own head made that sits at our business in the window.
Oh my God!
He passed away, so he sits in the window at the office.
I'm sorry, he's not with us any longer, but he had a bust made of himself.
Yeah, of his own head.
He sounds hilarious. Was he a funny guy?
Oh my God, hysterical. We had the bust at his funeral, like when we went to do the funeral arrangements, and I said, well, he was cremated, so I said, you need a table for the bust, too. And they kind of looked at us like, what the?
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, he's got his own statue,
Wow.
He commissioned an artist. He sat for it for months. Yeah, but I have the poster size picture of him in his Chippendale pose.
No, that's great.
And we love it. When we play Uno with the kids around the dining room table, we move it into the dining room. Everybody it's kind of that thing,
That's a lot of fun. That's really cool. Can you go to line 3, Preston? I've seen this.
Yes, I'll go to Victor. Hey, Victor, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man, what's up?
Yeah, dude, in my family's house and every other Baptist family I ever knew in my entire life, there was always a picture of Black Jesus and Martin Luther King right next to each other.
I've seen these pictures. Okay. You're right. So every family you knew had the same picture.
Every single Baptist family I knew growing up.
And it seems like it's the exact same picture, correct?
Yeah, the exact same one with him facing to the left.
Yep. It's like the Pope and Frank Sinatra and JFK.
Yeah.
And
the Pope and the Rat Pack.
Yeah, you're right. All right, thanks, Victor. Hey, do you have it hanging up in your house now?
No, but my mom still does.
All right. Thanks, man. All right, appreciate it, Victor. All right, anyhow, interesting. Well, this started with a list from a interior designer about the things if you're over 30 you should not have them in your home, and then it led to what's the weirdest thing in your home. And, I'm sure we just scratched the surface on that. There's lots of strange stuff.
If you have something in your house currently, please take a picture. If we can have them, then send it
social
in,
media.
share it. Yeah, we'd love to put it up on our social media.
All right, we got to take a break. Don't forget this morning we're going to have members of Three Doors Down and Seether joining us because there's a gig coming up at The Man on August 21st. That'll be around 10 o'clock. We'll get to these details a little bit later on B-File when we return. Stay there.
Preston and
Carla Huerta, who was watching the race when it turned tragic, described the scene as pretty ugly. She said they started the race, and when they started, one of the trucks lost control, slammed into a pile of cars and people. She said there were a lot of ambulances at the scene after the crash, and a lot of people were taken away. 3 other vehicles were also stuck as a result of the initial crash. It was not immediately known what caused the vehicle to leave the track, and there's really graphic footage of it happening. Like somebody coming right at the people with the camera.
Right, and it doesn't seem like there was an extensive amount of barricading between the spectators and the track.
Yep, so the vehicle also stuck 3 other vehicles in the initial crash, so they are investigating to see what happened there. A 76-year-old man believed to be the head of the world's largest family has died in India. Zayona Chana, the head of a religious sect that practiced polygamy, died on Sunday, leaving behind 38 wives, 89 children, and 36 grandchildren.
Yeah, man.
Surprised he doesn't have more grandchildren.
Use condoms.
Chana reportedly suffered from diabetes and hypertension. Doctors said that Chana's condition deteriorated at home in his village. He was admitted to the hospital on Sunday evening, where he was declared dead on arrival.
I mean, imagine you'd probably just get killed by the stress of having to remember birthdays.
Yeah. It's hard to say if Chana was indeed the head of the world's largest family, since there are no others who claim the title. It's also hard to estimate the exact size of his family. At least one report claims he had 39 wives, 94 children, 33 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild, which adds up to 181 people. While various local news reports have referred to him as holding the world record for such a large family, it's unclear which global record it is. It has also been widely reported that the family has been featured twice on the popular TV show Ripley's Believe It or Not.
So in this case, this is an actual confirmed cohesive family. What about like the guys who run sperm banks?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I think that's considered different because this guy actually is married to all these women. Let's see here. The world record or not, Chana and his family are a local sensation of sorts, attracting tourists to their village in India's northeast. The enormous family lives together in a 4-storied house called Chwar Then Run, or New Generation House, with 100 rooms. His wives share a dormitory near his private bedroom. The mansion is a major tourist attraction in the state, with people from around the world thronging the village to get a peek into the family's lifestyle.
That's wild. 38 wives.
I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but a petition urging billionaire Jeff Bezos to buy Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa and eat it has gotten hundreds of signatures now.
I have not, but I like that.
So the petition that went up a year ago on change.org said, nobody has eaten the Mona Lisa, and we feel Jeff Bezos needs to take a stand and make this happen. And in fact, Gobble de Lisa is one of the signers on it.
Gobble de Lisa?
Yeah. The Mona Lisa is owned by the French government and is on permanent display at the Louvre. And Bezos seems to have no immediate plans to ingest art, but is planning an 11-minute trip into space with his company Blue Origin.
I would hazard to say that it's more difficult to eat the Mona Lisa than it is to go into space.
Over the years, the idea of selling the Mona Lisa to dig France out of debt has popped up occasionally, including French tech CEO Stephanie Distinguin, who said last year the government could sell it for a whopping $60.9 billion to help the country through the pandemic. An art expert, however, in an op-ed last year rebutted the argument, claiming that he had hugely overestimated the painting's value if it were to go up for auction, noting that other Da Vinci pieces has sold more comfortably in the hundreds of millions. The columnist agreed that the Mona Lisa is undoubtedly worth more than Da Vinci's Salvator Mundi, which sold recently for $450 million, just maybe not 111 times as much, so it wouldn't go for billions and billions. A day on the lake turned into a close call for 4 people aboard a boat Thursday who were rescued after their vessel nearly fell 36 feet over a dam.
Whoa.
And there's a picture of it. It's pretty wild. The boat, with multiple people on board, nearly tipped over Longhorn Dam on Lady Bird Lake. Police said 4 female visitors had rented the electric boat and drifted too close to the dam. I told you this is a fear of mine. The boat did not have enough power to get out of the spillway. They called the rental company, but their boat was not powerful enough to, and they got stuck. Damn! Austin police sent a patrol boat to the area. Officers aboard were able to throw a rope to the stuck vessel and get everyone life jackets. All of the boaters were pulled away safely, and no one was injured. A Pennsylvania man started a fire using fireworks, destroying his home and two others. Thomas Ratsey died.
You can't fire those inside, right?
No. Thomas Ratsey died in the incident. A code enforcement officer went to Ratsey's home Thursday at noon for a follow-up inspection. Neighbors complained about what were described as hoarding conditions.
Oh, yeah, I saw this story. The guy was unhinged.
Ratsey allegedly responded with a gun, chasing the official away and shutting the door after cops responded to the scene. There were explosions and gunfire from within the residence, followed by a fire. No officers used their weapons. Authorities suggested the fire set off ammunition that Ratsey had stored inside the residence. The flames destroyed 3 homes and caused damage to 3 others. The code enforcement officer reportedly only sustained minor injuries. Neighbors gave somewhat mixed accounts of Ratsey's behavior. He was friendly and quiet, not having many people over. A couple next door whose home was damaged described Ratsey's recent behavior in somewhat different terms, however. They said he sounded like he was sad for the last 2 weeks. He's upset, sad, like desperate. The 2 neighbors said Ratsey could be seen in early morning surveillance footage digging next to a wall using his hands.
Oh, boy.
Something was going on there.
Yeah.
All right, and we will have to wrap it up right there. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. More stories on the way in a bit.
Can I give just a little shout out, congratulations, and good luck to the St. Pius X class of 2021. Today is their last day of school. My son is part of that class, and I'm so excited for them because they get to do the clap out this year. So my daughter didn't get to do the clap out last year. It's a big tradition where, the kids line the hallways and the 8th grade processes through and they all clap them
that's
out.
Cool.
And it's a huge tradition. So, today is clap out and yearbook signing, and it's the last day that they will be in the school as actual students.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And we're going to throw a congratulations also to Preston and Steve calendar girl Amanda Mannix. She had a baby.
Yay!
Moira Jade Mannix. That's a great name.
That's
It is a
cute,
good name, yeah.
6 pounds, 15 ounces, healthy baby girl. So congratulations, Amanda. We love you, and we are very, very happy for you.
And I'm sorry, did you see that Dave Nielbalski, as we affectionately call him, Balsacki, he's going to have twins?
Oh!
So they have a little baby, and his wife is
Oh my
pregnant
God,
again.
I didn't know it was twins.
Yeah, and they announced on Instagram the other day. So Balsacki's going to have a family of 5. I know.
Balsacki's got 2.
Yeah,
he's a great guy. It just ended up as Balsacki, and he rolls with it, but he's awesome.
Nice. All right, we got to take a break, but I want to remind you today is Tattoo Tuesday. We have a chance for you to win a Preston Steve themed tattoo. Just text the word tattoo to 39333. You might win a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Yeah.
Scoobily wow wow. The man who pounds the pavement just like he pounds the meat. Oh, I didn't mean that. Is here with all the information about what's happening in and around town.
Oh, yeah. All right. So the Made in America Festival. We had mentioned that that's coming back. They officially announced that yes, it will be returning.
What an impressive array of rock artists, Preston.
Well, yes, it started off as a rock event.
Rock
didn't
meets
it?
sort of hip hop, right?
Yeah. Well, all right. So we've got the headliners now.
Okay.
And I can pass along a few of the other acts that will be there as well. Justin Bieber.
Oh.
And Lil Baby.
But that's actually pretty good.
Would be the headliners.
Them.
I love Justin Bieber. I'm a fan. I apologize for saying that. But,
No, you're more than entitled to. To me, it's not in the spirit of what was originally promised with the Made in America idea.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not my thing. It's not my show.
So personally, there's a couple catchy songs, and this is just me personally, Casey.
Yeah.
But to me, Justin Bieber's not a big thing. But it's not necessarily speaking to me, I guess.
Who was the first year that you
Jay-Z and Pearl Jam.
Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the idea, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, yes, and they've strayed from that. But Pearl Jam at one point was the backing band to Jay-Z. So it was literally the two genres of music mixing together. They did 99 Problems, and it was awesome. And that was the year that Ron Howard was here. He filmed it, and it was a really great. I loved it. I mean, it made the city look fantastic. It was a well-managed festival. I went to 2 or 3 of them, and I really had a great time. But I also enjoyed going to see the rock acts, and quite frankly, getting exposed to acts that I didn't know much about. I saw Gary Clark Jr. for the first time at Made in America, but it's not that anymore.
I was hoping for a Lollapalooza type of genre clash thing, which is the first couple of years Lollapalooza. That's what it was. I mean, there was everything from hip hop to really heavy, hard rock and alt and all this stuff thrown in between.
Like a Whitman sampler where you go, as you say, being turned on to things you're unaware of and other people getting turned on to your music.
So not only will it be Justin Bieber and Lil Baby on the Ben Franklin Parkway Labor Day weekend, but some of the other acts featured in the initial lineup of the 2-day gathering include Megan Thee Stallion, Doja Cat, Roddy Ricch, A$AP Ferg, Tinashe, Bobby Shmurda, Moneybag Yo, Freddie Gibbs, and Lil Durk. You know, as I was reading this, it sounds like someone calling a race, a horse race.
Coming on the final.
Megan Thee Stallion around the third. It's Doja Cat, followed by Roddy Ricch, A$AP Ferg. 3 links behind is Moneybag Yo and Freddie Gibbs. That's what it sounds like. So Bieber had been scheduled to play at the Wells Fargo Center next month, but the tour for the new album Justice has been rescheduled for next year.
So,
and
the artists are on the track. So Preston, it says and more. We don't have any of the and more, do we?
I see 42 Doug.
What happened to 41 Doug?
SG. I don't know.
This is one better than 41 Doug.
All right.
I guess so.
Well, it's a new year.
So is A$AP a thing? Because I know A$AP Rocky, and I guess there's A$AP Ferg.
Yeah, I guess so.
Are there other A$APs?
Well, I don't. There's
a lot of Lils.
A lot of Littles.
There's
and
UPS Ferg.
Yeah.
Lil Ferg.
Yeah.
I didn't know Lil Baby was a different person than Da Baby.
And Da Baby,
Oh.
Lil Baby and Da Baby are different.
I was thinking of Da Baby.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
It's Lil Baby.
And the only reason I know Da Baby is because my friend ended up at one of, is it a he? His shows and was like, I don't know why, but I'm at a Da Baby show. And she kept saying Da Baby. And I was like, all right, we get it. You saw Da Baby.
There needs to be an artist that comes, so that's DABABY. There needs to be DUH.
Right, a dumber act. And how about Baby Day Out?
Yeah. Kathy,
so it's Baby Day Out.
Yeah.
Day Out.
Day Out.
Da Baby is the one who sings, or raps, I should say, on Levitating by...
Yes.
Okay.
Dua Lipa.
By Dua Lipa.
Dua Lipa. Now, I like Dua Lipa.
More acts will be announced in the coming weeks. A spokesperson for JC's management company, Rock Nation, said last month that the festival would be staged at its full size.
Look at all the A$APs, Preston.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg, ASAP Ant, ASAP Lou, ASAP 12E.
12E?
Yeah. ASAP Nast, ASAP Ty Guy. Ty Y?
ASAP Ty.
ASAP.
Yeah. Nelson Ty.
Dude, I would be like, dude, can we just have Nelby?
ASAP Nel.
Yeah.
ASAP Nelby Ty Ty.
Yeah, we got Nelby Ty, Nelby Rocky.
Yeah.
Nelby
Sion
Nast.
Kong Kong.
Nelby Rocky.
ASAP Sion Kong Kong.
Nelby Ferg. Dude.
Nelby Barry. Yeah, I love it.
Dude, that is.
Yeah.
Do you have the Nell clip?
Also, Tata, I like.
Does she say?
Being Tata.
Yeah.
That's it. Nelby.
Yeah. Nelby and Ty Ty.
Nelby Baby.
Nelby Baby. Nelby Bari.
Nelby
Nelby
the
Cardi.
Also, Tata, I like.
Nelby the Stallion.
Y'all gone what?
Nelby Minaj.
Ice Nelby.
Yeah.
Nelby Minaj.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love that.
Nelby and Ty Ty. Nigga, Tata, Teco, Tata,
And welcome to the stage, Nelby Ty Ty.
Nelby Ty Ty. Sion Kong Kong. Sion Kong Kong. Yeah, Sion Kong Kong. Sion Kong Kong. Kong Kong. Nelby Ty Ty. Sion Kong Kong. What a show. And then when she ate her own poop, it was amazing. Just by accident, Nell comes out of the woods absolutely unexposed to modern life and becomes a rap sensation.
When I say Nelby, you say Ty Ty. Nelby.
Ty Ty.
Nelby.
Ty Ty. Sion.
Kong.
Sion.
Kong Kong. So dumb.
No, it's awful.
It's
and I'm
no
taking
dumber
part.
than any of the things that are actually going to happen in Made in America.
Nelby Minaj.
Kong Kong.
Sion.
Kong Kong.
Now being
Ty Ty.
Now being
Ty Ty.
Now being
Ty Ty.
All right. Anyway.
I think we got something.
No, all right, stop.
Crowd's going crazy.
In past years, the gated ticketed festival has attracted as many as 50,000 people per day to see acts on 4 stages. So I don't know. I don't have any information on tickets or any of that stuff.
Now, they usually do have an EDM tent, right? Where
they'll have various stages and different genres of music in there, I guess.
What's great is that we have an EDM tent in our lobby each morning.
Yes,
so that's
when
cool.
you come in.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody wrote in Ty Ty 69.
Yes, that's Takashi's
group. Ty
sister.
69. All right, other things from City Beat. That's the Made in America Festival. We'll see if anything else comes of that. More acts to be announced. Let's talk Wawa for a moment.
Yeah.
Wawa in Philadelphia, inside the city limits. They will be opening up the first store to sell beer.
How about that?
Less than 2 miles away from the South Philly Sports Complex, by the way. It will feature a beer cave, which actually is just a walk-in beer cooler.
Okay, so is this the one that they're building at the base of the Platte Bridge?
Yeah, dude. So I didn't even know. I have not driven by there
Where the
in
junkyard
so
was.
long.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the junkyard was gone. And that they are is it just Wawa? Or are they doing a full complex of different places there?
Well, that's
So
going to be
you're right at the base of the bridge.
Yeah.
So that's going to be right there.
Yeah, Wawa, gas station. I mean, listen.
Where are they going to put the burning tires?
They're all gone. Everything was cleared out. That whole ugly junkyard that you saw when you left the airport and came to Philadelphia has been completely removed. And
Sion Kong Kong.
That's great that it's actually something going
well,
there.
and you can also get into the Navy Yard. They're redoing because the Tasty Cake Factory is right there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you make a right into that, are we going to do Nell stuff or?
Well,
No, but that was such a...
I will be Ty Ty.
Okay, we are.
Sion Kong Kong.
Wait, I want to know. I didn't know anything about this. I think it's
Kathy,
so cool that they're doing something there.
It was such an eyesore.
Agreed.
There was a billboard and it was a dump. And so I was coming back a little while ago, and they had just started what looked like cleaning up the area there.
Yeah.
That's great to have, especially if you're on the way to the airport or coming back.
Well, on the one side of the bridge was a poop factory, which hasn't actually smelled like a poop factory lately.
No, they cleared that out.
No,
and then the other part.
No. I smelled it just a week ago.
Did you?
Oh, really?
I kid you not. But anyhow, go ahead, Casey.
No, I was going to say what sucked about that junkyard being there is that you never actually got to see anything being crushed. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I did get to see smoke, and I got to see what I thought were burning tires. And as
I
far
would see the claw and all that, but nothing was ever running. At least give me something to look at as I'm going past it.
So honestly, when you're part of the deal is when you leave the airport and I'm coming back, and I'm coming back that way, if I'm picking up somebody, to have a Wawa right there would be excellent, because especially if people have just gotten off a flight and they're hungry or something, you can duck in there and grab something.
Well, so there are, for that
It's
place
great.
in particular.
Saigon Kong.
Saigon Kong. I don't know how easy it is going to be accessible as far as, going in
Just
other
one direction.
Well, it's a busy intersection there for sure. So that remains to be seen on the accessibility. Hopefully it'll be nice. The store is going to be the 6th Wawa in the state to sell beer, along with locations in Chadds Ford, Middletown, Emmaus, Blakesley, and Horsham.
Oh, Blakesley? Okay.
Yeah, apparently there's one that serves beer there, or sells beer.
By Jack Frost.
Are they reworking the road configuration there as well?
Yes. Yeah, so that's what I started to say. When you make that right, if you're coming away from the airport, down the Platte Bridge, the Wawa's on the right. If you make a right there, they're doing all sorts of construction along where the Tasty Cake factory is, and so you can get to the Navy Yard that way. But right now you can't. At least the last time I was there, which was like a month ago.
All right, it makes sense to develop that whole area because that's just tons of real estate that sits there fallow.
And we do, do camp out in South Philly every year and stay in the Navy Yard, and it's just getting bigger and better all the time. I mean, they're adding more and more office buildings. There's this new park that went into the Navy Yard. And so, Steve, all of that is going to be connected. You're going to be able to go from the Platte Bridge, past this Wawa, through the Navy Yard that way and get into that area.
It makes sense.
It does.
Well, I'll be tight.
Well, I'll be tight.
No, that's because honestly, that configuration has been a pain in the ass forever.
So they're having the opening ceremonies 8 a.m. Thursday, and Wawa will throw its support behind the Philadelphia bid to host the FIFA World Cup in 2026. So on hand will be our buddy, President Chris Geisens.
He's good,
Are we having him on the show sometime soon?
Thursday?
Is it Thursday?
Next week.
Next
and
week.
that's to promote
Next week.
Wawa Hoagie Day.
Yeah.
But we love Chris. He's the CEO. David L. Cohen, who's chair of Philadelphia Soccer 2026, a nonprofit established to lead the city's World Cup bid, and Philadelphia Union captain Alejandro Bedoya, who is an honorary co-chair of the bid, and he will host a coffee toast on Thursday morning at this particular Wawa.
Could you imagine if we got FIFA here?
Yeah, I mean,
could you imagine?
It would. It couldn't just be in Philadelphia.
No.
It would have to be the surrounding.
Kensington.
Well, no. Like it would have to stretch all the way up to like North Jersey, right?
Yes, it would
because they have
by the size of it. Yeah.
Well, they have the Meadowlands Stadium, the football stadium. They also have a soccer stadium there. We have our football stadium and our soccer stadium. So that's for I don't know how many actual stadiums you need to host said event.
A lot, because Brazil had 6 or 7. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
And they weren't all right next to each other.
No,
they were hours apart.
Can we accommodate?
country,
So what would happen? Would the link open up for it as well?
Oh,
It would be Link, probably Link. Would they do it at Subaru as well in Chester?
Maybe some of the smaller matches, but the link would be where they would have the finals for the big matches, that type of thing. Yeah.
Could you retrofit the Citizens Bank Park for that as well?
I don't know.
I don't know how they run this.
They have soccer matches at Yankee Stadium, so if they have them at Yankee Stadium, they probably will have at the ballpark too.
All right.
Maybe Case, your high school, they could open up.
Oh, yeah.
Like that,
Well, they have a really nice new turf field. Yeah.
Show up and bring your participation trophy.
So I did a little digging into this. It's actually happening between Mexico, Canada, and America. So it's all of North America.
Oh.
And they're going to choose select cities from across all of those countries.
Oh.
Do they know we have a Wawa?
Now we have
one that
closer
sells
to the
beer
link.
right down the street.
Right.
So we're bidding to be one of the cities selected for that.
So not just a big deal that this Wawa is opening where it is, but they're going to be selling beer. That's
the first in the area.
Big deal, yeah.
So we had heard that Wawa outside of Pennsylvania Pennsylvania, right? In Florida, was
No, I said there's 6 of them in Pennsylvania. Horsham, Chadds Ford, Middletown, Emmaus, and Blakesley.
That's amazing.
So Horsham, I didn't know you could get beer in Horsham. That's not too far from me. So as part of, so what they're going to do also is they're going to hand out some free T-shirts tomorrow. They're doing the For the Love of the Game Philadelphia Soccer 2026 T-shirt. So that's Thursday morning at 8 a.m. So that's pretty awesome.
I think that's great. I love it.
Yep. And I love the fact that, yes, there will be a Wawa right down the street from us at the Camp Out for Hunger as well. Because getting, little snacks and things like that is slightly
bagels and such.
Bagels and such, which they do have there. Speaking of food, I have other things from the city of Philadelphia, since we're on the city beat.
Wow.
It's a story that Kathy had earlier this morning in the news. Restaurant owners across Pennsylvania could stop selling mixed drinks to go and close their extended outdoor seating allowed during the pandemic. But it's interesting because, Kathy, you had said essentially they're considering 2 bills to make this happen again. It's essentially becoming expired.
Yeah, it's ending because the emergency relief that Governor Wolf had in place is done now.
So it's not necessarily they're ringing down the curtain and that's it. It's done. They're just the original agreement is coming to an end. But is the indication that the consensus is a continuation of this? Because I've heard continuing at least to like November.
Well, so it passed in the House, but it's stuck in the Senate.
Correct.
So. And what it is they're asking for the to-go drinks to be permanent. They're asking for outdoor seating until next December.
Okay.
December 2022.
Okay.
So the to-go drinks to be permanent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
That bill is HB 1154. And you're right. Kathy says it would make alcoholic beverages permanent, carry out alcoholic beverages permanent.
And then the outdoor seating for a full another year.
Right.
Starting from December, which I think, honestly, if you want to collect back some of the
that's what they
damage that was done by the lockdown.
Right. That's what the restaurants are saying is just let us have this. Let us continue with the outdoor seating. We can seat more people. And even there are still some people who are not comfortable going inside. So they're saying instead of deterring them and making them, the only option to go inside, you can still do the outside option.
And with the way they brilliantly, Preston, the amount of investment that these restaurants made in outdoor heating and the way they were able to roll and keep that going.
Plus, it's just a little more fun. It's a little, you know what I mean? It's an added dimension.
It's like say, having the extra fire pit throughout the winter and even in cold weather, going out and having things warmed up and having sort of an alpine feel, I enjoyed it.
Marissa, you've probably been to more of these than we have. I've just been to a couple of outdoor restaurants. Do you have any that you think really did it up right? Like what would be your favorite one?
Oh wow.
Because I
heard Rouge was awesome.
Rouge had like this ski lodge type of feel to it.
Yeah, Rouge did a ski lodge, and then they turned it into like a Paris bistro.
Okay.
A few weeks ago. So I mean, everybody on the square there, Park, Devin, everybody did an amazing job around there. I love. There's some little corner ones like I was just at Grace Tavern in Graduate Hospital, and they like took this little corner and made this beautiful like deck looking thing that they kind of have wedged between bikes and like a yogurt shop that just took off their little area. Fergie's in 13th and Sansom built
ASAP Fergie's?
They built little like chalets with plastic roofing that you can kind of sit inside. I mean, I've been doing these through the winter. Like I put on my parka. I like as if I was going to a tailgate, like an Eagles tailgate, sat out at these restaurants to support these places also because I got tired of cooking.
It's a great option. I think if they can continue it, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
You said earlier, Preston, that you read an article, didn't recall where it was from, but that most of the people are actually, even the people where we think, okay, you're eating a valuable street space, that the general consensus is keep it as is.
Yeah, it's just been amazing for the city, and restaurants that are kind of like dark corner bars have this entirely new open area where you can walk through the streets and look at these places. And outdoor seating was always a premium, and tables would fill up quickly, and then you would just move on to the next restaurant looking for it. But we've also been talking about, my friends and I, there are like city taxes that restaurants have to pay for alcohol alcohol. So we're wondering, like, with all of those outdoor seatings and the city getting more money that way, does it overcompensate for the money they're losing from PPA and parking? So there's like a study I would like to see on which is making more money. For the city.
I'm sure they're conducting that study. But there is a charm to eating Al Lewis. Don't you agree?
Yeah, Al Lewis, yes. Grandpa loves it.
Yeah.
No, but like you had mentioned, Kathy or Marissa, some of these darker, smaller restaurants that are kind of a mystery to you that you don't know anything about. I'm always hesitant to go into places like that because I don't know what I'm getting into.
It's scary.
And I don't like to walk in and look around and go, nope, and turn around and walk back out. It feels kind of rude, you know what I mean? So I don't like to do that. But having something outside, you maybe see what some people are eating or just get a little bit more of an idea of what that restaurant is about.
I think that's completely legit. Yeah, I'm more inclined to stop for a second and see what's going on than to go through a dark doorway into a place where I hear honky-tonk music.
Well, there was a little restaurant in Chestnut Hill that I went to. I don't know what they've done now that it's warm, but they had the little, plastic igloos that you could sit in.
Right.
And they took their whole outside area, didn't take up any parking, and they put everything out there. It was awesome. It was so nice. It's called El Poquito. It's in Chestnut Hill.
That means the borough.
You should, Steve. I'm telling you,
very little.
You're close to it. You should go. And
should I?
Yeah. If your wife likes margaritas, they had great margaritas. The food was great, and but it's just like another. I hope they keep it because it wasn't taking up parking. I don't know. It's on their property, obviously. So hopefully they can keep it as well.
El Poquito.
I know one problem that restaurants continue to have is staffing, and I'm wondering if the outside areas are difficult to staff too, because literally it's just farther for them to walk from the kitchen, from the bar, and so in restaurants that are already stretched thin when it comes to people being able to take care of their customers, if this helps or hurts.
Well, this is actually what has happened now is the phenomenon of the BYOW, bring your own waiter, which is a cool new phenomenon.
Innovative.
Well, Nick, so we were at a place called Jose Pistolas watching the game last night, and we were talking to one of our friends who works there, and I think what they can do then is maybe close the inside and just see people outside, because people want to sit outside on a nice night until it starts torrential downpouring like it did last night.
Right.
So they have to do that, but it is a super big problem, the staffing. But on PrestonSteve.com, because I'm super passionate about this, I actually posted a link from the PRLA, which is the Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association. They put up a link where you can literally just hit send, and it sends to your state senator and representative to tell them that you want to keep outdoor seating.
All right. Very good. Just that easy. So it's on PrestonSteve.com.
Here's a text. Somebody says, "His bartender or whole staff hates outside."
Oh, really?
We don't have enough staff to accommodate, so people don't get good service outside. We feel like it's hurting us, but our owner feels otherwise. So, there's going to be, some people like it and some people don't, I guess. Interesting. All right, so we'll see where this goes. It's all up for votes right now. One more story from the City Beat. And I'll mention something about one of our finest assets in Philadelphia. Children's Hospital has been ranked as one of America's best pediatric hospitals. It's number 2 on U.S. News and World Report's 2021-2022 honor roll, which recognizes the 10 pediatric hospitals with the highest rankings across all specialties, behind Boston Children's Hospital. So second place, which, they're probably equal, but they got to pick one for some reason or another.
Boston stinks.
I'm
sure they're fine. There's a great sense of pride about CHOP here. They're just having gone over a couple times and visited, but what they do over there is miraculous.
Yeah, so 3 categories that CHOP is the tops in: pediatric cancer care, orthopedics, and diabetes and endocrinology.
Wow.
What is endocrinology? Anybody know? I don't know.
Is it not blood?
I've heard it many times, and I do not know.
Endocrine system is...
It's the second for lung transplants and third for pediatric gastroenterology and GI surgery, which is why we go there, because of my daughter with Crohn's disease. So what is the endocrine system, Nick?
It is, It's secretions and hormones, and so, behavioral activities like metabolism, growth and development, tissue function, sleep, digestion, respiration, excretion, mood, stress, lactation, movement, reproduction, and sensory perception caused by hormones.
I was right.
Speaking
you
of
said blood. So, you nailed it.
Blood's in there.
Blood's in there.
Blood is in there, man.
Speaking of, somebody had texted in about lung transplants, Chop. I got this email and says, hey, hope you can chart out my brother-in-law, Craig Dalsky, or Dalsk, I'm not sure how to say his name, who had a lung transplant in November, having a rough time, listens to you all the time. Radios all over the house. He would love this. Thank you so much. That's from Sharon Cox. So we'll do a shout out to him and hang in there in your healing, Craig. And we hope you are doing okay, man. All right, and that's all I have for the City Beat.
That was a good City Beat.
But I am going to wrap with
positive stuff on the City Beat.
I'm going to wrap. I'm not going to rap like Kathy does.
Right.
But,
not like ASAP Kathy.
No.
me.
But I usually don't end with some shout-outs, but I'm kind of...
backed up?
Yeah.
Plugged up?
Let me...
Is your endocrine system backed up?
It might be. Hang on a second here. Here's one that says, hey, long story short, I feel like my dad, long-ass time listener,
Okay.
deserves a good old-fashioned shout-out, while he deserves so much more for being the hardest worker I know, an amazing father who's really been there for me lately and recently got to walk me down the aisle. A shout-out would make his month. Let's see. My daddy is Scott Gaskill in New Jersey. Works of Southampton, New Jersey, working at L&I Ready Mix. You can even use my family-given nickname that he adores, Butterbutt.
Yeah.
And she said, I fell into a tub of country crock as a toddler, and the name has stuck ever since.
Butterbutt.
Thanks, guys. MMR rocks, and that is from Glenda Nielwachki. I don't know, man. I have a tough time with Polish last name pronunciation. And she's from Old City, Philadelphia. So thank you, Glenda. We appreciate that. I had some other ones. I don't know what I did with them. Oh, here they are.
We'll give you a second.
Oh, here's a good one.
All right. Yeah, I like this one.
This is one I've never been requested before, and I kind of like this. It says, hey, Preston, I've been a long-time listener since I was able to start driving to high school over 15 years ago. Grew up in Delco, Darby Township. Currently live in Augusta, Georgia for work, and I listen to you live or podcast when I can. And currently, I have a coworker who comments negatively on the, quote, crap that I listen to. What I want is a spite chart to my coworker, David G. David.
Oh, we could do that.
You are a stick in the mud. This is some good radio, and I hope you shart yourself. P.S. Happy birthday, Ann Gorski. And that is from Pat Teifel.
All right. Do we give it? What do we do on this case?
Spite chart.
I'll leave it to you, like a real aggressive, angry. I mean, Tom Jones is an ultimate celebratory.
How about corn? That could be a good one, right?
Okay.
All right, see if you can find that and pull that up as a spite chart for David G. David.
Oh, I thought you had the
oh, no. Oh, did you want that one?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Okay, I just thought Steve would throw a chart at the end of it.
Here,
But.
shard at the end of this one.
David G. David. Who the hell names their kid David
G.
David?
David.
Maybe that's why he's so angry.
Yeah, right?
He's had a lifetime of people making fun of him.
It's like a lion with a thorn in his paw. Maybe if we pull it out, he'll be a nice guy.
What's that from Big Daddy? It's not my fault you hate your dad. I really do hate him.
I do hate him.
Here's what it says. Hey, Preston, can you please give a shout out to our son, Colin? He's been deployed today. Thank you from his loving daddy, and that is from Tim Yaber. So here you go. Good luck to you, Colin. Thanks for all you do. Oh, and this is not a shout out, but an interesting follow-up to the discussion we had yesterday about the soccer player that had a heart attack.
Yes.
Cardiac arrest. They brought him back, and we got into discussions about the AEDs and people having heart attacks and so on. This is from someone named Pepe Dragoda, who said, Preston, I listened to the podcast from this morning. This was great. I survived SCA, which is sudden cardiac arrest, I assume, at the age of 39 on a soccer field playing in a parents versus kids game. 4 of my friends started CPR on me until the local rescue squad showed up, shocked me twice with an AED, had to get airlifted to Cooper, and had 6 bypasses.
Wow.
3 years after this, I was able to save a soccer referee's life with the use of an AED. Wow. It was crazy.
It's amazing.
And since my SCA, I started a foundation that provides AEDs to youth recreational facilities. To date, we've donated over 100 AEDs and $25,000 in scholarships. So Pepe left the address. It's called heroesfoundationnj.com. So heroesfoundationnj.com.
That's amazing.
If you'd like to help out. What a story.
Yes.
Had a heart attack of their own.
Pays it forward.
Brought back. Then pays it forward, and then goes on to save someone else's life by using an AED. That's a crazy coincidence on a soccer field as well. Man, oh man. Okay, so thanks for getting in touch. We appreciate that.
That is pretty amazing. I'm looking at what the price is like so on Amazon. I'm looking at a few of them. They're in the $300 range.
Okay. Okay. I mean, not crazy expensive.
No,
but certainly
if it
not
saves
cheap
a life. No,
for an organization that doesn't have much money. So that's cool. All right, and then one last one. Then we got to take a break. This says, "Hey, bitch. Good morning, it." One of my good friend's birthday is today, June 12th. Did I miss it? Yeah, I missed it. She didn't believe that you guys would shart on radio, so
She did. Okay.
So I would love for you guys to give her a shout out on her 29th birthday. A dirty, nasty one is all I can ask for. Her name is Sammy, and she'd appreciate the wet ones, please. Sorry to bother you guys at work. I'm not sure what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
So June, that would have been on the weekend, Preston. You couldn't have gotten to it.
Now that's from Ryan and Landon in Ole, PA. So there you go. That's hopefully that will suffice for you. All right, with that, let's take a quick break. Come back in a moment. Don't forget we have members of Three Doors Down and Cedar joining us around 10 o'clock. We got more stuff on the way as well. Stay put. To be honest, I don't care what you think about it. It's saving their lives, okay? So it keeps them from running out on the road. If they go to the border, they will get a little shock.
Yeah.
And it says, stay in here. You can't go there. So they're used to that. They've had it on for a couple of years. So we don't have the bark collars that shock, but what we do have are bark collars that will emit a tone.
Right.
And they associate that with their invisible fence.
Right.
And they think it's going to shock them, but it won't.
Right. Just trains them.
And so it will get them to be quiet.
Does it work?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But we don't use it that often. We only use it if it's like, look, if we got like a worker coming over or something where they're just going to nonstop go, then we're putting the collar on, you know what I mean?
Right.
So you can do some things, and it also depends on your level of comfortability as well. Plus, they sell them where they won't shock, they'll just vibrate, and that's enough to, or spray. There's like a little mist, and it kind of freaks them out a little bit. So you can train, or you can take them to discipline classes. Now, I don't know how all that works.
You know what you could do, Marissa? Get peacocks for your apartment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Out-noise them.
Yeah, out-noise them.
By the way, if you have a way to convey messages in an apartment situation, 215-263-WMMR. Somebody texted in, said that they live in an apartment and they have a Facebook page. And people love to vent on that.
Yeah, you know what happens though? I think you're inviting. I think the direct approach is probably the best. But though these things, by standard protocol, would dictate that you talk to.
Your manager?
The manager, right?
Yeah, we have building management. We have like a little board email list that you can do it, but I don't know if everybody reads it. And I think it's also like, life or work or something like that, where if they just send out like an umbrella statement, nobody's thinking that it applies to them. They just think it's somebody else.
Well, how confident are you to go over if you go over in the nicest of ways with perhaps a little basket of dog treats or something and say, listen, love that you have the dog. When it's in the hallway, though, it's barking and it gets a little bit loud and it's a little disrupting. I would really appreciate it if you try to just keep away from the dog. Because if you don't...
Can you shove treats under the door?
I thought about that, like Seinfeld style, just putting meat under there.
Maybe they'll be quiet.
But put like NyQuil in them. Like put a Kong, but fill it up with NyQuil. Right?
Yeah.
Why is your dog always sleeping?
Can't you get the building involved? Isn't there like a...
I mean, you're supposed to be, right? You're holding to rules.
Can't you talk to building management and say, this is
absolutely.
Just, listen, I pay a lot of money in rent.
Yeah.
And this is ruining my quality of life.
Yeah, I think it's also just like apartment living. Like I just had a new neighbor that moved in that has a dog.
You could send Vito Corleone over.
Absolutely.
Remember the dog problem.
Oh, yeah.
Straighten that out.
Luca Brasi.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me go to Nicole. Hi, Nicole. You're on the air. Good morning. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Nicole, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, just good morning. Hello.
Good morning. What's up, Nicole?
So I live in an apartment, and I've got a next-door neighbor who, admittedly obnoxious, yelling at her kids all hours and smoking substances that are, let's just say, noxious.
Okay.
If you're not into that kind of thing. And just, playing music and stuff. It is obnoxious. It's true. But here's the thing. I got kids, too, and I got a baby who won't sleep through the night, is crying and everything. And then I got a 3-year-old who's just, going through that phase where she loves to scream. So I figure I can't really say anything about anything. When you're and it's just like Marissa said, it's apartment living. If I complain to the management, it's well, everybody complained back. Everybody could say something about everybody. So I think that, unless it gets really over the top, nobody really bothers to say anything or interfere.
That's true. I mean? You sort of hit your level. But to your point then, Marissa, is it unbearable or is it something you can deal with?
Oh, hang on.
It's annoying.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's constant. It's
all
annoying. Right. And by the way, I'm a perfect neighbor, so they can't complain about
there you go.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm just never
She's
home.
not flipping over tables. Yeah, she's
That's
never
true.
home.
She's not there.
Yeah.
She's out at the restaurants. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it. Let's see. I will go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Good morning, and how are you doing?
Good, man. What's up, bud?
Hey, so I moved from Pennsylvania to Rhode Island. I lived in an apartment in Rhode Island. And I had a neighbor who moved in who was just a continuous noise, problem. So rather than try and do something that was kind of going to agitate the situation, I figured I'd just knock on the door, politely ask him to kind of keep it down. And it had happened over and over again, and it turned out that often it was happening on a Tuesday night, and they would party till 2 or 3 in the morning. So finally, I knocked on the door, politely said, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you kind of keep it down? And he said, if you have a problem with me from now on, you have to just call the cops. I'm not even going to deal with you any longer. So the next time it happened, I called the cops. So he was an ex-Marine. When the police came to the apartment building, I just warned him, hey, just so you know, he's an ex-Marine. He's kind of full of energy or what have you. But, he's not combative tonight. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up. So police knocked on the door. He refused to open the door. The police knocked again. He finally opened up the door, he had the music blaring, and it was loud, and there was noise, and there were people in the apartment. And so when the police asked him to turn the music down, he refused to turn the music down. The police went over, turned the music down for him, and they said, you need to kind of keep it down. This is a bit problematic. Right. And so he said no. He refused to turn it down, or refused to comply. And he actually went and tried punching 2 police officers.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
So the funny thing about this was that he happened to be just that night celebrating his engagement.
Yeah.
So he ended up getting arrested for simple assault on police officers the night he got engaged, which kind of compounded also what they found out. The woman who he got engaged to found out after this was that he was still married to another woman.
Oh, hey! So you set in motion a whole bunch of corrections.
So this kind of snowballed into something that far bigger than what I had anticipated, and all I tried to do was just try and kind of keep it down, and politely just ask him to just keep the noise down. So it was.
John, was there any after that? Were there any other confrontations once he got back out of jail?
No. So what ended up happening was shortly thereafter, his fiance found out he was still married. She kicked him out, and then, because of all the problems, and I went to the apartment complex management association or management office, and I said, hey, this is a problem. He assaulted police officers. Can we do something about it? And they said, due to the laws, the real estate laws in Rhode Island, we can't evict him. We need something more significant than that to evict him. And I said, well, can you just do me a favor and just not renew the lease? And they said, oh, that's a great idea. We can do that. Yep. So when the lease came up like 2 months later, they just didn't renew the lease, and then both him and his fiance, the girl, was no longer allowed on the premises.
You raise a good point, and I'll tell you this to guys if you're listening.
Thanks,
rather than avoid the problem, always tell your fiance that you're already married.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Just to
make sure you don't want to start your marriage with that secret.
Yeah, she may not be into it.
Yeah. So to me, the thing would always be, as you said, the case. You're paying rent. Part of that rent is that you have this path in case there are people who are other tenants who are unruly.
Yeah.
There is a board. There is a building manager. There's somebody you should be able to bring it to, and they should intercede on your behalf.
Right. Hey, Maurice, do you know, are these people home when you're not home?
Could you break in?
Well, I have an idea.
Well, what's your thought?
Well, my thought is to just get a CD of a dog barking and just play that on a loop whenever you're not there and see how they like it. Give them a taste of their own medicine.
They do have those.
Is there a neighbor on the other side?
I think that person moved out because I've been hearing a beeping coming from their apartment. For about
that's
a
the
month
bomb.
now.
Yeah.
No, you know what, Casey? It was like an ongoing issue. I actually had other neighbors who just moved out because these 2 dogs were kind of like warring down the hallway.
Oh, battle of the dogs.
Yeah.
That's great.
So it's been a delightful little situation.
If you're have you ever encountered these people in the hall? Do you ever say hi? Or is everything pretty nice and on the up and up?
I haven't really met them face to face. We have crossed paths before, maybe sharing an elevator elevators are one person at a time, so kind of crossing paths, but we haven't had a moment to talk.
Just a couple of words here and there, like, are you guys the dicks with the barky dog?
I couldn't imagine having a dog living in an apartment.
it's
idea
tough.
that I can't
Yeah.
just like
not having a yard, you mean?
Yeah, having to walk them every single time.
Right.
Yeah.
As opposed to just letting them out or something like that. Yeah.
I'm lazy like that.
Nick, what was that message? Or did we
It was about smoking. Well, it's kind of hard to read the way that the text messages come in, but there have been a few messages that have come in regarding cigarette smoke and neighbors above or below or to the side, and how if somebody smokes in one apartment, it can affect the smell in the other apartment.
yeah.
And so these people went to their management, and they said that essentially there's nothing that they could do about it. So, sometimes you want to go to the neighbor and say something. Sometimes you want to go to management to avoid conflict. There's no right answer, I don't think.
Yeah, I would prefer the avoiding conflict thing because you don't know. You could turn it to the neighbor from hell things. Just by simply going over and saying, hey, would you mind, I get up early in the morning and so on. And that can lead to somebody going off the rails.
And that's the flashpoint. What you can do, it's a little more risky, is SWAT them, Preston.
SWAT them? Call the police?
Yeah, there's a hostage situation. And see what happens.
Take care of those bastards right now.
No, it just sucks. It's a quality of life issue. We talked about it just on a regular residential in a home where you have some distance between you and your neighbor. When you're sharing a common wall, that's a nightmare.
Marissa, somebody says get a dog whistle, blow it when the dog barks.
Yeah.
Let's see if that calms him down. I doubt it will, but you never know.
One of those hypersonic dog whistles.
I'll go to Paul. Paul, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up, man?
Good. Yeah, so I had a couple sets of neighbors. The first set of neighbors, they were, let's just say, drug addicts, and ended up having an overdose in my basement that I had to stumble upon one morning. The second set of neighbors, their kids upstairs from me, they were so extreme with the running around, jumping off of beds. And after talking to them multiple times and just having confrontations with them, when they finally moved out, I went to my landlord, and I ended up renting the entire two-bedroom apartment upstairs from me just to keep people out of there. I mean, it stayed empty. I paid rent on the place for a year.
Dude, you rented the apartment above you just to keep it quiet in your apartment.
It was so extreme that, I was just at the end of my rope. And I was like, I either have to move out, which I couldn't really do at the time, or, ask if I could just rent the apartment, and that's what I did. So,
well, there you go. Yeah, if you can go into an apartment complex and rent every apartment around you.
If you have the means. It's a good way to keep it from happening. All right.
Yeah, that was my only option, but I just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
You know what's got to suck is if you have an apartment, you're like a full-blown adult and everything, and then like college kids move in.
It happened to me. Yeah. When I had an apartment in Wayne and lived not too far from Nova's campus, and two college kids moved in to the one catty corner from us downstairs, and they treated it as if it were a dorm. Yeah. And I don't blame them because they were 21, 22 years old. Exactly, Case. But I was living in an environment that had a lot of adults around there, and they would be partying at 2 or 3 in the morning. And so I'm the old guy upstairs, and I'm like, I was annoyed by it, but they were college kids. Of course they're going to live that way.
Yeah. Here's a text says, my old neighbor used to have sex really, really loud. So we would blast porn whenever they would bone, and it actually worked, and they quieted down.
I love that.
I had an apartment that I lived in for a little while, and it had paper thin walls, and I didn't know that till I moved in.
Oh, weren't you the perpetrator?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
you were the loud sex.
It was after close. This is like 3:00 in the morning, and I had a screamer over. And she's just at the top of her lungs. Jeez. And I'm like, and I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
But in the middle of that, all of a sudden I hear from next door, boom, 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 boom. They cranked up music really loud.
That's how you do it.
Like I said, it was like 3 a.m. and I'm
my God.
Oh, man. I felt like
God, that's my favorite song.
I felt like such a D-bag.
Yeah, well, you didn't know.
I didn't know.
I mean, sometimes, when you find a sound, there's no apartment that I've ever had that I would classify as soundproof. You're going to hear something somehow.
Well, I knew the walls were thin. I didn't know she was a screamer.
Hey, let's go back to your place.
Yeah. No, it wasn't just talking. But we were in the throes.
Yes, of course.
All right. Anyway, well, listen. Recommendation is, per this question from Eileen, how do you communicate with apartment problems? You talk to the management. That's step one. And if it doesn't go anywhere after that, then you keep talking to management.
Yes.
That's the only thing I can think of. as opposed to maybe leaving notes or something like that.
Or taking a full-blown crap on their door.
That
Or if
might
they-
convey a message.
If they have anybody doing work on their house or their apartment or whatever, you tell them all the things you hate about.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. You tell the contractor.
Yeah, you tell
about the people
contractor.
that
He'll
live
pass
there.
the info on.
Yeah, exactly.
Do me a favor and leave the door open.
All right, listen, I want to take a break because we've got some interviews coming up. We're going to talk to Brad from Three Doors Down and
Yeah.
Sean from Seether. There's a gig coming at the MAM. We'll get the details on that. But first, we'll come back and get the bizarre file. So stay with us. That is up next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
This Sunday, Foo Fighters will rock Madison Square Garden at the first fully attended, fully vaccinated music event. And MMR wants you and a guest to be there. Thursday, just keep track of the Foo Fighters songs we play, starting with Preston and Steve at 6 a.m. through the workforce blocks. Then have your list ready.
people and later started an apartment fire. Police,
How did that happen?
Police arrested Chandler Austin Bourgeois, Royal William Cody Broman, and a 16-year-old girl.
Hey, maybe Marissa could pay for them to come by her apartment building.
Yeah. Scare her neighbors.
Yeah, with the dog.
All three are facing multiple charges, including arson, willful injury, and assault while displaying a dangerous weapon. Police responded around 8 a.m. This tirade started at 8 o'clock in the morning. On a report of someone shooting out a car window, officers found 2 vehicles with shattered windows on the scene, with 1 car on fire.
Have you ever fired a flare gun?
I never have.
I kind of always wanted to.
Me too.
Yeah.
Police...
Let's ride around after work and shoot him.
Then responded to an apartment after someone reported a flare was shot through their apartment window, starting a fire inside. Officers then went to a call where a woman said that people in a red SUV fired a flare gun at her. The woman wasn't hurt, and then police met with a man on the street who said a flare hit him in the thigh, injuring his leg. Traffic cameras were reviewed, and they identified a Kia Sorento that they say was involved in the incidents. Police also used traffic cameras to track down that Kia at Walmart. And then they made the rest. Yeah,
of course.
Right?
Of course.
Yeah. So it was 1 in the morning and they were drunk and or bored, right? I guess.
No, dude, it was 8 o'clock in the morning.
This was like 8 in the morning.
This is on the way to work and everything.
I misheard.
Hey, on the way to work, let's drive around and shoot flares.
Oh, my God.
And then swing by Walmart to reload.
Yeah.
So they made the arrest. Police say they found 4 12-gauge flare guns and additional flares when they searched the car. So just shooting off flare guns. The heir to a legal dynasty who was shot dead along with his mother is said to have had a drunk alter ego named Timmy and stripped down to his underwear before allegedly causing a boat crash which claimed the life of a 19-year-old girl in 2019.
What?
Yeah, it's a really weird story. Paul Murdaugh, 22 years old, and his mom, Margaret, were found shot dead at their hunting lodge in South Carolina. Law enforcement sources said that Paul was the intended target. Now, Paul was awaiting trial on criminal charges relating to the 2019 death of Mallory Beach, who was thrown from a boat that Paul was allegedly driving drunk when he crashed it. This is a weird story, so follow along. Beach's family also sued Paul in civil court, where depositions released last week revealed Paul would get drunk and become a different person. The nickname Timmy started 3 or 4 years before the boat crash. This is testified by Anthony Cook, who is Paul's cousin and was Mallory's boyfriend at the time. He said it's a different name because he turns into a completely, totally different person. So somebody will say, all right, here comes Timmy, we got to go.
That is insane.
Cook also testified that Paul slapped or pushed his girlfriend and stripped down to his underwear in 40-degree weather on the night of the crash. Paul, for some reason, he said, acted like he was on drugs or something. He started taking off his clothes during one of the arguments, and it's 40 degrees outside. And he said, I've seen him do it a few times when he gets drunk, and I don't know why he does it.
And he was also apparently totally into dream catchers, Preston.
Cook's testimony painted a chaotic picture of alcohol-fueled arguments among the group of 6 because Paul drove the boat in circles while people said they wanted to go home. Cook said Mallory said he was stupid and it was time to go home. He turned and pointed at her, and he said, and I could tell that he was going to say something, and I told him not to make that mistake, and he stared at me for a second and went back to steering the boat. He said, and I believe that's when the boat took off. He said that the throttle was hit, but wasn't how or by who. He said we went from 2 mile per hour idle in the bow to the boat sticking up in the air. Fast forward to Monday, Paul was found with shotgun wounds to his head and upper body, and his mom was found dead with gunshot wounds from an assault rifle. Their bodies were found several yards apart from one another. Shell casings were discovered at the scene, and 2 firearms were recovered. Their deaths have been ruled a double murder. 3 days after Monday's murders, Paul's grandfather, Richard, he died at the age of 81, although his death is believed to have been the result of natural causes. Paul was awaiting criminal trial for the death of this girl. How weird of a story is that?
And his alter ego is Timmy.
So it sounds like a revenge killing.
Yeah, it sure does.
But
wow.
Pretty messed up. A man is accused of defecating in the back of a police cruiser and again on the Hudson Police Department's booking room floor after he was arrested on charges of driving while intoxicated Saturday morning.
Are you saying doo-doo feces everywhere?
Everywhere, all over the walls, yes. In addition to DWI, 41-year-old Jason Shea was charged with disobeying an officer and 3 counts of criminal mischief, 1 count each for each time he defecated on police property. The incident began around 7:20 a.m. Saturday when a witness reported a possible disturbance occurring inside the white van in a parking lot. Officers headed to the scene but discovered the van had left the location prior to their arrival. Shortly after, police said that they spotted the vehicle pulling into a driveway of a residence. The driver of the vehicle was identified as Shay. He was operating the vehicle while under influence, so they took him into custody.
Hey, where can I go get a flare gun?
While at the police department, Shay defecated in 2 different areas of the booking room floor.
Man, he must have eaten a lot.
That's what That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
How do these guys?
It's a lot of poop.
How do they got enough poop?
Yeah.
To go to a few different locations.
I guess you always keep some in the queue.
It was always. it was also alleged Shay defecated in the back seat of the cruiser too. So he took 3 dumps, and he is scheduled to be arraigned on Monday.
Man, I usually can wrap it up in one.
Mm-hmm. How much time we got here? Okay.
Yeah.
I should probably. I have a longer story, but I'll wrap it up with this one. This is a fun story. Are they almost ready?
I got one guy on right now.
All right. Cool. We'll end with this one. Kate Felmet used to go door to door making apology rounds to her neighbors in Beaverton, Oregon, when her cat Esme would steal their gloves, their face masks, and other items that she could fit in her mouth. But recently, Felmet found a better way to deal with her klepto cat. So Esme has been bringing Felmet at least 1 item a day since she first started going outside in the summer of 2019. At first, she brought birds and bits of trash. She said each time she brings something, she comes to the back door, yowls in a very distinctive and harsh way until I come to tell her she's done a good job. When the lockdown began in spring 2020, Esme started ramping up her gifts. She brought home several face masks a day. One day, she brought home 11 of them.
11 face masks?
In one day.
No. Right.
Esme has brought home many weird things, Felmet said. But in April, she seemed to be focused on gardening gloves. 1 week in late April, she said she brought 2 pairs per day. And at the end of the week, I had 14 pairs of gloves. And I thought that if I didn't do something about it, I'd be swamped by the end of the summer. And that's when she decided to make these a sign and place a clothesline in her front yard holding all the stolen items up. It says, "My cat is a thief" on it. And everything is there so people can come by and get their missing items.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since then, she estimates that she has united 10 pairs of gloves, several masks, and a running belt with the original owners, her neighbors.
How's the cat getting all? People just leaving them all over the place?
Don't know. She said they mostly seem amused, but it's kind of awkward with the family from whom Esme has stolen the same pair of knee pads out of their garden 3 times.
We are so amused.
So this cat is just relentless.
Yes.
It searches after
Klepto.
these things and finds them. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We set up?
Well, as of right now, it looks like we have Brad. Brad's on, and I don't know if Sean is on somebody else's.
All right. Well, should we just talk to Brad?
We're gonna find out. Yes.
Yeah,
Let's talk to Brad.
All right. So, show coming to the man August 21st. It will be called the Better Life 20th Anniversary Tour. And 2 bands on board, 3 Doors Down and Seether. Please welcome Brad Arnold. From 3 Doors Down.
How you guys doing?
Good, Brad. How you doing, man?
Doing wonderful, man. Doing wonderful.
Excellent. So, yeah, dude. So, have you guys? Now, I don't know. There are so many announcements of bands that are hitting the road and that are playing gigs and so on. Had you guys already been playing as of now, or are you waiting a little bit before you get on the road?
We haven't. You know what, man? We haven't played a show. We played 3 virtual shows last tour, or last year rather, and we have not played a show as a band on a stage since September of 19.
Whoa.
I am ready to play a show.
Yeah, jeez.
Wow. I'm sure.
Yeah, we just had our first live guest in the studio in 400 some odd days. So, it's a wild thing. Obviously, you've got to be out of your mind happy to finally do this.
Absolutely, man. I am psyched. I think we all are. We was talking about it the other day, man. We're ready to hit the road and go play some shows. I mean, everybody's ready for shows. I went to my first concert maybe about a month ago out in Manchester, Tennessee. Jason Aldean played out there, and it was kind of a socially distant show or whatever, but it was awesome, man. It was fun. It was so good to stand there. I can't tell you, honestly, the last time I stood at front of house and watched the whole show.
Yeah.
And it was great, man. To say glad to be here with you guys tonight is going to carry a little different weight.
It won't just be something you say robotically. You'll mean it with every bit of your fiber, yeah.
Hey, Brad, with being a musician, you've got to you got to have your chops ready to go. And if you neglect them for a while, it takes there's a little ramping back up to get into playing mode. And you as a singer, what does that do to a voice? Is that good to have a nice long rest, I would imagine?
It turns out that it really was, because those virtual shows that we filmed last year, they were spaced out over a month, but we filmed them all in 2 days. So I had to sing 2 shows in 1 day after not singing for a year, and it was like 42 songs or something. I've never sang that many songs in a day, like full on thing, And so I went and I put my little sound bar, and I have a couple of our records without any vocals on them. And so I put them through that little sound bar back in my office. And when I started singing, I was not ready. And I was so glad. I was so glad that I went back there and practiced some, because you just kind of, your voice is kind of different. You have a different amount of control when it's all like clean and rested and stuff. Yeah. You kind of need to dog it out a little bit, Yeah. And I live on a farm in Tennessee, and it's just me and my wife here. And it's like it winds up being pretty quiet. I don't really talk to anybody but her, and so when I went to singing, it was way different.
Well, it's funny because there are little things. For example, if I'm at home speaking and I just came off my horse, my voice has been a bit hoarse, and it's just started to ease back a little bit. But a lot of people don't realize it. So you're regularly conversing at home, you're at one level. You come in here, it comes up about 15-20%. We're at a live appearance, and you know how you like to hear it in your own ears, and you can after years of doing it, you just know when it doesn't sound right. So
absolutely.
What is your regimen to keep your voice where you need it to be?
You know what? I just rest it. I try to do what my speech pathologist told me several years ago. It's like, be quiet, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes out of every hour. Drink plenty of water. Try not to cough too much. And what helped me probably more than anything is 5 years ago I quit drinking, and 3.5 years ago I quit smoking cigarettes.
Okay.
Man, that really made a difference.
That was a big difference.
So I had heard Aretha Franklin, one of the greatest vocalists of ever.
Yeah.
So what she used to do is in her hotel room, like it would be stifling hot and humid, and it had to be that way, and it was all, and she didn't care how much she sweated. It didn't matter to her as long as it was that hot, because it took care of her vocal cords. I don't know if you have any sort of similarities there.
I can feel where she's coming from totally, because it's so much easier to sing for me in the summertime when you're outside and you're sweating and stuff, and it's almost like I know it doesn't mean like it almost makes your voice more moist, unless you're somewhere real out in the desert or something, But the cold air is hard on your throat when you have to go outside and sing in the wintertime. It's never going to be on like you can be at a summertime show, I get excited about these.
Have you ever had a time where we have a charity thing that we do every year, the Camp Out for Hunger, and for the longest time before I started using what they call Neil Med, which is like a nose irrigator. I would lose my voice all the time. Have you ever had a concert where you were so raw you just had to say, I got to tap out?
Absolutely. I have. We were on tour in Europe, and we went from Paris to Las Vegas back to Denmark in 3 days.
Oh my God.
And we went from Paris. We had a show in Paris one night, got on a plane the next morning, flew out and played an award show in Vegas. I think it was the Billboard Awards. And then we flew directly back from that and had been on tour in Europe in the wintertime. And when we got back to, I think it was Denmark, we were playing at a snowboard festival in the mountains. And it was like, I had nothing. And that back in the day, I was only like 20, probably 22 or 23 years old. And I was an idiot. Yeah. And out there partying, doing all that. And when we got back there, I sang 3 or 4 songs. And, and we were supposed to play a full set. And our tour manager came out and told the crowd before, it was like, look, he can't. He's going to try. And I tried. And it was terrible. But, they enjoyed it anyway. And I've only had it a couple of times. This is my trick. gummy bears.
Gummy bears. There you go. Yeah.
I suck on gummy bears, and those something about them. They coat your throat. They do something, man. It really helps a lot.
All right,
Listen,
gummy bears.
as a singer, I mean, you're using a muscle. You're using, your internal part of your body, and sometimes it's going to disagree with you. And I know I've seen singers have to do this before, Brad, is kind of learn different melody lines so that, you're not pushing, that you've got enough to get through the whole gig. Is that something as just a safety precaution that some other melody lines that won't make you hit that higher register that you save?
No, I try to, man. No, because somebody told me a long time ago, and I always kept it in mind, is leave yourself some space. Don't record a song if you can't sing live. And furthermore, don't record it. Don't reach so far. It's like, because somebody told me, he's like, if you ever have a hit, you'll have to sing it for 20 years. I was like, that's good. That's something to think about.
Yeah.
And it really is, because I'd hate to know that I had to sing a song every night that I just like, oh man, here it comes.
Yeah.
And I mean, Here Without You is one of our harder songs to sing, and some of those parts in that song are pretty hard. But I try to actually go a little bit past where it is on the record, and sometimes you can't. But I mean, I don't know. People don't really expect you to be able to sing your record live anymore. And that's kind of sad, that not too many people sing their records. So I want to go out there. I want to sing it better than a record. But not that I always do, but I'm going to try to.
Brad, so it's the 20th anniversary of Three Doors Down, and a lot of those 20 years that you spent with MMR, you did our Day Off at the Slopes 20 plus years ago. You've done MMRBQs, so I think it's pretty safe to assume you got a great relationship with the radio station, but also just with the city in general.
Absolutely, man. We've been coming up there to see you. You guys were one of the first people to play us. If anybody in the country, we've been coming up and playing with you guys for 21 years.
Wow.
21 years.
Pretty amazing. Well,
you're back.
Yep. The Man Center,
glad to be back.
August 21st, and see they're on board for that. Tickets available at mancenter.org. And we are looking forward to seeing you this summer, man. We hope you have a great tour, Brad.
Man, I can't wait to see you guys again.
Excellent, brother. Thanks for coming on this morning, Brad Arnold. We'll see you soon, man.
That's cool.
This song came out like 21 years ago. The album came out 20 years ago.
He was 15 years old when he wrote this song.
I remember asking him about that. He wrote it in class, I think.
Yeah.
While he was sitting in class, and he jotted down the lyrics of this song.
They played downstairs at the E2000 Lounge in Jack Frost, and
was that the first time you said they saw snow?
Yeah, Brad had never seen snow before, and Pierre interviewed him, but like they're from the deep south. They're from Mississippi, and so a show in the middle of a lodge in the Poconos was pretty foreign to them at the time.
Yeah, totally. All right, listen, we got to take a break. Don't forget, you're running out of time. Text word tattoo. Win a Preston and Steve tattoo for Tattoos Day from Floating World and Tattoo and Piercing. So text word tattoo 39333. Back in a moment. Lesson question, trash, music news, those things on the way.
Preston and Steve. Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer Lumber. A.D. Moyer Lumber has been supplying quality building materials and service for over 80 years. 4 generations, 1 family, 1 commitment. And you can learn more at admoyer.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Universal Studios claiming they spent $1 million on a custom-built mid-engine Dodge Charger for Fast and Furious 9. Apparently, the car was so expensive because it's going to teach Vin Diesel how to act. Former self-avowed lifelong bachelor George Clooney says he is shocked by what a doting father he's become to his kids. Clooney says every time his kids turn around, he's there watching them through a cloud-based video monitoring system.
Oh, my God.
And finally, an Italian woman, Christina Rossi, has become a bit of a celebrity after waking from a 10-month coma to discover she's the mother of a baby girl. Christina's husband, Gino, finally had to admit that after a week of being bedside for the coma, he got bored.
Oh,
So, that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, looking for an answer to the question, what's the 4th thing Will Hunting's foster father left on the table? 215-263-WMMR. To Devin we go. Yo, Devin.
Yo, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, the 4th thing that was left on Will Hunting's table.
Lunchable.
Yes. Nice work, Devin. Hang on. We have a $50 Rita's gift card for you. You can try the new and refreshing Ocean Splash Italian Ice at Rita's. At least he's talented, but still a creep. I've never seen so much systemic abuse of kids, girls as young as 12, by him and his crew. We all, meaning the members of Whole, witnessed it. So, while these 2 jackasses are not my Me Too's because I'm saving my one up, because we only get one, they're darn close. And then she went on to write, F off Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, Foo Fighters. I really hope my example of standing up to them, putting a stop to them, will prevent any other women or men from this soul-shattering level of personal and cultural abuse in future.
You sound insane.
She wrote, sexually, spiritually, financially, Me Too, Me 3, Me 88, etc., ad nauseum. And then she wrote, #blessed. Yeah, to be breathing long enough to tell the tale. I'm cramming as much into every song as I can. And then she wrote, Nem Myoho Renge Kyo. We are not doormats.
You crazy, man?
So I think that's a chant.
Yeah,
that,
it's sort of the common chant. Well, listen, the notion she kind of harps on this thing. Is that the Foo Fighters have not achieved a massive level of success past. To say that you're living off Kurt Cobain, I think we've established that Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters have enough credibility now at this point. I've never heard any of this stuff about Trent Reznor.
And as groundbreaking as Kurt was,
yes,
I think that Dave has easily shown that he may have even had more music in him than Kurt did. I don't know.
It's quite possible.
You can't tell, but he has nothing to prove.
Have you ever heard anything about Trent Reznor that was like on that level?
No. I think she's exaggerating. Was Trent probably getting laid a lot and enjoying being a rock star? Probably. But all of that other stuff, I've never heard any mention of ever.
Did she say why she deleted the posts?
No. I don't know.
Because someone took the phone away from her.
Well, her lawyer probably told her to, but I don't know. So, and I don't know what spurred all of this in the first place. So
sounds like it's pent up over a long period of time.
She and Dave have gone back and forth forever.
Yeah,
that's never going to be good.
And every now and then they make nice, I think, and then it turns back.
Do you remember the time she was in here and I forget? One of the interns. Yeah, well, it was Bert Kreischer.
She hopped on Bert's back.
Yeah, but she was being let out and kind of directed out when they were leaving the entourage. And I think one of our interns had a Foo Fighters T-shirt on or something, and that set her off.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to happen, Courtney. They're pretty damn popular. Speaking of Kurt, a caricature drawing of Kurt Cobain done by himself sold for $281,000 at the Julian's Auctions Music Icon Sale. The drawing depicts Kurt playing the guitar and is signed Kurt, spelled Kurdt, Cobain Rockstar. It also features the handwritten caption that said, "I don't know how to play and I don't give a hoot." And it sold for 28 times the original estimate. So,
it's such a rock and roll thing to say. I don't give a hoot.
I don't give a hoot. You know?
That's it. That's badass, man.
I don't give a hoot. Stinky face. 11-year-old drumming phenom Nandi Bushnell has been praised by Linkin Park for her recent cover of their hit song Numb. The band shared her video and wrote, "Wow, this is awesome," on their Twitter account. Bushnell's drumming abilities have been recognized by several musicians over the last several months, including Slipknot's Jay Weinberg, Metallica's Kirk Hammett. She was gifted signature guitars by both Muse's Matt Bellamy and Tom Morello. And Dave Grohl, whom she participated in a drum battle with, even wrote a song about her.
They should invite her to Knotfest.
She's hilarious, dude. She could get up and play a song with them. It'd be awesome.
And Kathy.
And then finally, Radiohead are raffling off a rare vinyl test pressing of their fourth studio album, Kid A. Proceeds will benefit Gig Buddies, which is a charity that pairs people with learning disabilities and or autistic people with a music fan or similar interests with whom they can attend shows. It's a pretty cool thing. All right, and there you go. That's all they have.
Excellent.
Music news for you. We'll take a break, come back in a second, give away our tattoo for Tattoosday, and see what's up tomorrow and with Pierre. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Time's running out for you to make your appointment for the 16th annual
Runic Tattoos in Newtown Square. For tattoo ideas, you can visit bobdodgetattoos.com. I'll go ahead and thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. And higher quality building materials from A.D. Moyer. Fair prices and trusted experts since 1939. We got some very unfortunate news during our program this morning. It didn't seem appropriate to make the announcement and then try to carry on a light program for you. So we held on to this news, and it's been a little bit difficult. But we had a tragic loss in the family of WMMR. I'm getting a little choked up. I apologize. Our friend Sean Teisler, also known as Rabbi, passed away. And from what I understand, he died yesterday due to complications from COVID-19. He had been sick for a while now. It had been a few months, and it had been a little up and down here and there. And we were getting every now and then a little word of some encouraging news, and then it would go back the other way. And we were all holding on to hope that he was going to pull through this, but he didn't make it, and we found out earlier this morning. So terrible news. So Pierre is in here. Bill Weston is in here. We all knew Rabbi. You guys worked with him a lot longer than we did. Rabbi was with the radio station. He was here when we first came here.
He was hired by our previous program director, Sam Milkman, prior to Bill. And he brought him in from New York, where he had worked with him at, was it K-Rock up there? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Sean came in and was an absolute rocker. You would see him at rock shows, and he was Orthodox. He was of the Orthodox Jewish faith, and so he would wear his yarmulke, but he'd be in a mosh pit. Mm-hmm. He loved metal music. And absolutely had great passion for it.
And he had a WMMR logo embroidered on the yarmulke, right?
And it was that image for me is Rabbi. That image of him with that yarmulke with the MMR. I mean, you could not find a bigger, better champion of the station than Rabbi.
He was so faithful, though. I remember there was a chance for him to do a meet and greet with Metallica, and it was on a Friday night. I don't know if you guys remember this.
Yeah.
But he didn't go because his faith was more important to him than Metallica. And Metallica was really important to him. But as if you're an Orthodox Jew, you don't go out after sundown on Friday until sundown on Saturday. And so he adhered to that. And so he would miss things occasionally, but his faith was that important to him.
Man, but he did love music. And what I love about him is his he would want to connect with you, I think, first on a music level, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so he knew what I liked. What I liked was not what he liked, but he came to me at my level and tried to connect to me on my level of music because that was just such his passion. And I love that about him.
He worked really hard, and sometimes he would come in late at night, or he would. His work ethic was inspiring. Sometimes he would drive me crazy. I was going through his file. I found this one photo. I sent it out on the email. He is elated in front of the stage. It was at a hailstorm show, and he's down below. Lisa Marie Hunt took the picture, and it's like. That's the one that just got me because it sums up how important music was to him. Mm-hmm. But I also saw in that folder about Rabbi, Static X is not appropriate for afternoon drive in an email because he scheduled Static X, this horrible, harsh music in afternoon drive, and I had to set him a bit of a reprimand for
he would send you a text message or an email, or he would come into the studio just to let me know that there was a song that he knew that I liked that was coming up. Like he and I talked about Blind Melon's big song is No Rain, but there was a B-side that I love called Tones of Home, and there was one time he played it, and he knew that I loved that song, and he hunted me down and found me just to let me know that song was going to be played on WMMR, and that's how he was with all music, you know?
He was the programming assistant for Sam.
Right.
And then when I got here, we made a couple of changes where Chuck became APD and we elevated...
Assistant program director.
Yep. And we elevated Rabbi to music director, which he was so proud of that fact because with that title comes relationships with the music business and you get to talk music. And he would set our music meeting every week. And so, Chuck is over here. I would like
Chuck. Do you want to say anything?
I would like Chuck to talk about those music meetings because sometimes Rabbi would try to get these songs to be considered, and they were just
he was a champion.
It was a joy to watch Rabbi drive Bill insane.
Yeah.
There were some really memorable times in those music meetings. He was a sweet guy. He was so honest and so passionate, and everything with Rabbi was right on the surface.
Right.
Like, it's like a puppy. You know what I mean? It's a puppy happy to go outside. You want to go outside? You want to have a treat? You know what I mean? He was just so happy and so passionate, and he loved music so much, and he was so dedicated to his faith that if the biggest rock star in the world was coming in and wanted to have, dinner with Rabbi, but it was Friday, he'd be like, no, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. Like, if his hero was available to him, he would pass up on that because he was so dedicated to his faith. He was an amazing, singular, unique guy who operated at his own frequency, and we were all extremely lucky to know that guy.
Yeah. And it made you envy his passion for his faith and his commitment to that. And you're right, everything was right there on the surface. He would talk to anybody at the drop of a hat. He made you feel welcome. There was no pomposity to him whatsoever. He was the genuine article. And just, I remember when he'd always ask about my wife Claire, and he remembered names. He did all those things that, people who are swept up in a busy lifestyle, in a busy occupation, just cast aside. But to Rabbi, all that minutia was important. It meant something.
And that it does mean something. When he was the type of person, you knew he was a good person because when he did ask about your husband, your wife, or whatever it was, he remembered all those details.
Yeah.
So when you talked, he was listening to you, and he would come back and say, hey, how is this person, or how is this going? What's happening with this situation?
And Chuck, you talk about him being all on the surface. He had this, when you asked him a question, he would answer it immediately, and he had this rapid fire staccato style at the way he would speak. Oh, absolutely. Yes, definitely. The greatest band ever. I mean, just totally memorable. I mean, it would always affect him.
Does anyone know how old he was?
I don't know.
We were trying to find out.
Mid-40s?
Mid-40s.
Yeah, mid-40s. Because he had a child around the same time that I had my son, Ben, and he would always ask about how Ben was. And so his oldest child, he's a father of 4.
That's the real sad note here is he had 4 kids.
Yeah. Marcus had texted me a few days ago saying that he had split up with his wife, Rachel, but I think they were on friendly relations and they shared custody. And Marcus texted me the most heartbreaking message the other day when he said that Rachel was taking the kids to the hospital to say goodbye to him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was in a state of what the doctors call active dying. I had never heard that phrase before, but he was still hanging on as late as last night. I'm at the gym, and Marcus texted me. He said he's still fighting. And this was last night about 8 or 9 o'clock. Now, I don't know if Rabbi's religious beliefs kept him from getting the vaccine, and I've heard that some of the Orthodox faith don't get the vaccine, and that may or may not be true. He did have some health conditions, but I'm just going to plug this right now. If there's anybody out there that hasn't gotten vaccinated, for God's sakes, do it. It's safe. This is not about politics. This is not about who you voted for. There's no evil spirits in these vaccines. It's completely safe to do. And here's a number, 438829. You text this number. All you do is put your zip code in, 438829. Text that number, put in your zip code. You immediately get back 3 locations near to you that's a pharmacy that's open for vaccines, many of which you could walk in and get it today. For God's sakes, get vaccinated. And I'm not trying to lecture you. We
don't want you to get sick.
We just don't want you to get sick. We've all been vaccinated, and we've all gotten through it. And again, it's not about politics. I love you, whoever you voted for. It's not about trying to coerce you. It's about loving you. And, when you see someone who's in his mid-40s, and Captain Dale is still in a goddamn coma.
I know.
He's still on a effing ventilator.
All right, but I want to keep this about Rabbi.
I know,
think that's a good message.
I'm not going to stop saying that to get vaccinated. This is effing important that people get vaccinated.
That message has been communicated clearly.
438829, 438829.
Thank you, Peter.
Text it, put in your zip code, get back a place where you can go get vaccinated, and do it for Rabbi.
So what else we're doing for Rabbi? We're going to create a gallery on WMMR.com. We want to collect all these pictures that he's... One thing about Rabbi, when he would take pictures with a rock star, he would always do the devil horns,
that's right.
Yeah.
And he would cross his arms. And I had to tell Rabbi, I said, stop ruining my pictures. Because everyone that I would get in front of, and I actually have a picture of me and him and Matt Cord and Sebastian Bach, and he's doing the crossed arm devil horns. And then the next one, he's kind of holding on because I told him, stop doing that, whatever. But we're going to create a gallery on WMR.com where we can feature those pictures for him.
I'm going to take this call because Michael is the one who embroidered Rabbi's yarmulkes. So Michael's on the line. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Hey, guys, I am so sorry. I just hopped in my car and I had to call in. I was fortunate enough way back when to do all the promotional stuff for MMR. And Pierre, I did your anniversary T-shirts with your hair flying, and you autographed them on the radio with my twins for my boys years ago. But I remember going in to visit with Rabbi, and he said, I want something with the logo on it, and I want it on my yarmulke. And I was so proud to do that. I just thought that was one of the coolest things, that his faith didn't stop him from being a rocker.
Right.
No.
Not at all.
And I'm happy to say he wore it proudly. If you guys can get one of those that we did and keep it at the studio, I think that would...
That's absolutely what I'd like to do. I have no idea what the family's plans are for his personal items, but if that exists, I think we need to get that, frame it, hang it up on the walls here.
That would be great.
At the studios. I would love to do that.
Well,
and I did, Pierre. I did your high tops too. I embroidered your high tops.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Michael.
But guys, my condolences. I mean, he was a good guy, and it's going to be a big hole left in your place. But keep rocking in his honor.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it, Michael.
With that in mind, by the way, he came to me some years ago and said, his love for heavy metal was, everybody knew how much he loved, and the heavier the metal, the louder, the better. So he said, he came to me one day in the studio and he says, I've got a challenge. I said, okay, what is it? He said, if you will go to a metal show with me, I will go to a Dead show with you.
All right.
And I said, you're on. And I went to Slayer and actually got in the mosh pit at Slayer. Rabbi and I went into the mosh pit. He then, in turn, went to a Dead and Company show at the First Union Center, or whatever it's called. And he and Sarah and he wore my tie-dyed lab coat, and another listener made him a tie-dyed yarmulke to wear as he twirled around, So I got in the mosh pit at Slayer. He got in the Dead dance twirl circle.
That's great.
At the Dead show, and that's how flexible he was, how passionate he was.
Yeah. Metal was his genre, but he was a music lover all the way around.
Although that's where Flaming Turd came from, if you recall. Because Rabbi was in talking to you guys, raving about the Axl Rose show up in New York when he was playing with the alternative Guns N' Roses and saying, oh, my God, and he was this, and he was great. And I'm sitting in the other room, and it was like, that's all I can stand because I can't stand no more. And I came in and said, I'm sorry, Rabbi, but excuse me.
He's a flaming turd. I love it. Wow.
But he just, he was that passionate, and he would, at every show he could be at, he was at. He would, he relentlessly campaigned for music, and he loved it. So, here's to him.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll continue to honor him, like Michael had said on the phone line. We'll do what we do, and we rock. And he was a big part of that. So, Pierre, what was that number to text again? If you need to get a vaccine, find out where one is nearby you.
It's so easy. I tried this in 2 different locations, and they get right back to you with yours with 3 pharmacies near you. 438829. 438829. 829. Text that. Do it in honor of Rabbi. And
please.
So you can go to more concerts, so we can have more fun.
Yep. All right. So sorry to end with the sad news, but we felt it was appropriate to do it this time. Tomorrow on the program, Fox Good Day, our buddy Jim Jackson will be on, and comedian Mitch Fatel will be in our studio. Ray John, Rabbi. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR. T-Mobile is the leader in 5G. Experience it now with the powerful iPhone 12 Pro with 5G on us.
Wow, these 4K videos make me feel like a professional movie director. And boom, they're posted just like that.
And with our new Magenta Max plan, you'll get unlimited premium data that can't slow down based on how much smartphone data you use. That's right, unlimited premium data in the iPhone 12 Pro on